Okay, so it's currently 9 a.m. and that's the kickoff of MatomoCamp Nordic first edition. Hi everyone. So my name is Ronan, and I will introduce you today the MatomoCamp Nordics edition. Thomas, will it be possible for you to put the microphone in mute on your side, because I'm currently hearing some noise? Okay, perfect. Thank you. So welcome everyone to this first historical event, which is MatomoCamp Nordic 2024 edition. My name is Ronan. I will be a short speaker for the next 5 minutes before leaving the floor to my friend Thomas Persson from Digitalist. So what is MatomoCamp Nordic 2024? This is the first event dedicated to the Nordic market. This event is special because it's a hybrid event. It's as well digital through a platform which is one of our sponsors, which is named Work Adventure, that I would like once more to say thank you to. And it's streamed as well on YouTube, so that you can view in real time the event itself, and you can use the chat on YouTube in order to interact with the audience. And as well, thanks to one of our sponsors, which is Digitalist in Sweden, the event is as well held physically in Gothenburg at the following location. So sorry for my accent. So Gatan 55 in Stockholm. If you want to enter within the physical location, you just need to access to the link here, MatomoCamp Nordic with digitalist.confetti.events, register, and then it will send a message to Thomas, who will be there in order to open you the door so that you can enter within the facilities. The goals of MatomoCamp Nordic edition is, of course, to share knowledge through 7 conferences, which will be held from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Central European time. We have a break, which will be from noon to 1 p.m. All the conferences, fingers crossed, will be all recorded. They will all be streamed on YouTube, and hope if we have some time, we will make the cut between the conferences so that later on you will be able to access individually to each conference with each topic well indexed on YouTube, rather than seeing the 7 hours of conference straight in a row. If you want to interact with the speaker themselves, there's a chat on YouTube that you can use in order to ask your questions, and then I will ask them to the speakers. If you would like to interact with other attendees to the event, you can use our platform, which is a Work Adventure. I will show the link in a couple of minutes so that you can engage with other community members. About the organization of MatomoCamp Nordic, this is thanks to the members of the Matomo user group Nordics that you can find on LinkedIn. As well, this event couldn't be possible without the great help of our sponsor that I will introduce in some minutes. And as well, thanks to our speakers, which spend as well lots of time in order to prepare the slides and the conferences which will be held today. About the community for the, let's say, Nordic market, you can find it on LinkedIn on the following link, but as well on Facebook. I just need to type in Matomo, and you will see different groups, and you will see that one of the biggest of them is actually one in Sweden, if I remember well. So you will find everything in there. About the sponsor, I would like to thank once more Digitalist Cloud, which I said once more is hosting the event physically in Stockholm, Sweden today. Matomo, of course, which is a great support to the event in order to make the communication possible, the use of the logo and the spirit around the event. Work Adventure, who is the digital platform that we are using in order to hold this event digitally, and as well our historical sponsors, Sonora, Mist Analytics, and Stairs. About the speakers, I would like to say once more thank you for being available for our community today. So thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Jaime. Thank you, Johan. Thank you, Mika. Thank you, Jorge. And thank you, Mark, that you will have the chance to discover all along the day. About the useful links to attend in the best possible way in the event, you have nordics.matomocamp.org, which is acting as a website with listing all the different clicks that you may need for the event. You can have a look at the schedule, so the organization on the day at the following link, schedule.matomocamp.org/MatomoCamp Nordic 2024 schedule. Then on YouTube, you will find the stream of all the videos, the chat, and so on and so forth. And if you would like to interact, like having private discussion with the attendees of the event, you have the platform Play Work Adventure /ash/Matomo/Nordic/camp, on which you can take individually some attendees and speak to them in a private room. About the schedule at 9 a.m., so let's say it already started, but in some minutes from now, we'll leave the floor to my friend Thomas Pearson, who will make a conference about Rebel metrics. So let's say dashboards for Matomo. Then at 10 a.m., Thomas as well will be here in order to make a conference on another topic. How does the Cyber Resilience Act and NIS2 mean in the context of Matomo? Then at 11 a.m., we will have a conference from Jaime Alfonso, Navigating the Pitfall, Expert Opinion and Common Mistakes Found in Matomo Implementation. Then at 1 p.m., we'll have a conference from Johan Esteen about the use of Matomo for SPA technologies. Then at 2 p.m. conferences from Mika Sharon about Control the Bots. 3 p.m. a conference from Jorge about the Matomo plugin development. And to finish the day, we'll have the chance to have Mark about from business goal to tracking plan to juicy dashboards. I wish you all a great MatomoCamp Nordic edition, and I leave now the floor to Thomas Pearson.
Thank you, Ronan. I hope it works well. Unfortunately, there's some disturbance noise in the background here in my office, but I hope it won't be too bad today. I will start to share my screen right away, and I'm really looking forward to this day. It's going to be awesome, and I will repeat it what you just said, Ronan, that if anyone wants to join our physical event, you can. Exactly. Let's see. So I'm going to share my screen now, and hopefully you can see the presentation. Yay. So today I'm going to in right away, and I'm really hang on. All right, so let's go. So Rebel Metrics is our platform for data visualizations on top of Matomo, and dashboards with superpowers for Matomo is what I choose to call this one. First, a little bit about me. I'm a Chief Product Officer at Digitalist Cloud, and we provide services, Matomo SaaS services, dedicated for the public sector and the high requirements of security and performance that many of them have. Of course, we are not limited to that. We deliver to many other clients as well. But my job is to be the product owner of services like Matomo SaaS and Rebel Metrics, which I will tell you all about today. So why this is the agenda, of course. So why do we need a new tool? A little bit about how it works, the features, and then some demos. And I hope you will be able to ask some questions in the end so that we can get a good understanding of what the product does. So why do we need another tool? Well, simply because the data visualization within Matomo is not its strongest part. There are definitely great reporting and so on, but when it comes to that, and you can look at The Google world, for instance, you have Google Looker, Google Analytics in itself is not the tool, the complete tool set you need as a digital analyst. You need more tools to do the job for you, to present things nicely to your internal audience or a client or whatever work audience you have when you work with digital analytics. So this is why we decided to do this, since it didn't really exist in the Matomo context before. So first of all, well, Matomo, I must say, I really like the platform. So this is not about replacing Matomo or anything like that. Matomo is really great for data collection. I mean, we all know we probably sit in this conference, everyone, because of its privacy features and the ability when you use Matomo to really control your data. And I mean, this is great. It was built to replace Google Analytics, so it has a lot of great reports, and the metrics and measurements and dimensions are great. We also have this great marketplace where you can purchase plugins like the heat maps or A/B testing, etc. And I think that makes Matomo extra great, because you can really turn it into a platform to do a lot more than just collecting your simple web analytics data. We have the tag management since a couple of years back. This is really, I think, my expertise within Matomo, my personal expertise. And then, of course, it's open source. I mean, this is the key driver for why Matomo is so great from my perspective, because you can change it, you can contribute back to it, you can adopt it to your needs. And this is, of course, great. But there are, of course, limitations. And I think if you work with Matomo on larger sites, you will run into speed issues. So this is one of them, where you really need a tool like RebelMetrics to ask questions on large data sets. Also, analyzing raw data is a bit limited. You have the visitors log, and you can see individual actions, but that's about it. Doing explorative analysis is really hard. You can use the premium plugin custom reports to some extent, but it's really limited in comparison to what you can do in RebelMetrics, for instance. Yeah, we can talk about the dashboards in Matomo. They are functional, but they are definitely not what people expect coming from the Google world. So I guess this is the issue. Also, customization of data, and in particular, collected data. You can, of course, customize data before you send it to Matomo. You can do that with a tag manager or within your website, but customization of data after it's collected is not possible. And of course, sharing dashboards outside of your Matomo installation, things like that. So obviously, we need other tools if we need those kind of features. So also, getting data out of Matomo is really simple. It's built API first, so you can basically click on any report and get that as a spreadsheet or as a JSON or XML or whatever, and you can get your page views report data really simple. That's great. It's also relatively simple to just visualize that data in other tools like Google Looker, Redash, or in Google Spreadsheets or on other spreadsheets where you can do graphs. So I mean, that's fairly simple. However, if you do that, if you're using Redash, I would say that Google Looker integration for Matomo is just a little bit putting lipstick on the pig, because you're still using the same data. You're still just fetching the page view report. You can add colors to it. You can't manipulate data in a big way at least. You can only filter on existing columns. So you can filter on URL, or you can filter on or sort on different values that you already have in the page view report. But that's about it. So this is kind of the issue. Like, yeah, you might make the reports look a little more fancy if you're using the Google Locker integration, or if you're exporting it in different ways. So what are the options? Well, you can get data from Matomo in 3 ways, probably more, but these are the ones that I could think of. So the simple way is to use the API, as I told you about. You can click and get the data, and you can integrate it fairly simply if you have another tool. And there are plugins like the Google Locker integration pretty much uses the APIs to get its data. You could, of course, write your SQL queries and do joins of whatever data, and then build your application to visualize that. And that has simply no limitations. You can do anything by doing so. And then you have the data exports, where you can export data, and you can export raw data, or you can export table data. And that, of course, enables you to manipulate data, and it also potentially offers at least great speed if you put your data into a platform that is built for reading instead of Matomo's database that is a combination of read and write. So what are the limitations then? Well, the API is really limited. You can get the data from the reports that you have in Matomo, as I talked about, but it's a one-to-one export. So it's limited. You can't really do things that are not already in Matomo, unless you, of course, build custom reports and use the API to get those. You can do some customizations. Then you have the custom SQLs. I mean, that's complex and time-consuming, and you will definitely, in many cases, if you have a lot of data, might run into performance issues because you're querying an already heavily loaded database in many cases. And the challenge with the data exports in the other way is that you really need to maintain your own new data model. And it also means that you need to rebuild metrics and reports again, because if you're just exporting your raw data, you don't really have anything that will give you the page views or the visitors. You need to do those queries yourself on that export, and of course rebuild your page view report or whatever. So it's not easy, even though it gives you great speeds. So that takes us to what Rebel Metrics actually is, because what we're doing is that we're exporting data and we're building a new data model. It's very similar to the data model in Matomo, because we have the same fields, we have the same metrics, but we kind of have had to rebuild them since we're putting data into a flat database. It's kind of like a spreadsheet. But it offers great speed, awesome flexibility, and we can really solve the tricky questions that you can only dream of solving within Matomo. So it really saves you time as a web analyst with the tool, and we can do things that are not possible with the Google Locker integration or anything else. So it took us about 3 years to do that, and the data model, of course, and rebuilding the metrics and rebuilding reports and creating dashboards has been a time-consuming job, and we're continuously improving it as well. So we're adding more reports and dashboards into the installation of our clients, and the clients can build their own dashboards and reports as well. So the technical part of it, the data flow. So currently we have a nightly job, so that we export data every night from Matomo into Rebel Metrics. So that means that you don't have data from today. We already have the possibility to basically do it more often. We could possibly do it every hour, I think, or every 10 minutes. But as it is today, it's nightly. What we're doing there is that we have a quite complex SQL query that joins a lot of tables to enrich data, and then we store that. It's like a spreadsheet. It's a flat file enriched with data from Matomo, and we store it as a file, and then we import it to ClickHouse, which is another type of database with great reading speed in particular. And then we use Apache Superset, which is an open source product maintained under the Apache Foundation, and it's a huge open source project, quite similar to Matomo when it comes to contributors and community. So it's a live community, and it has really great. It's a great open source project in that sense that you have a lot of abstraction layers. You can really build your own product from it. We evaluated a lot of visualization tools before selecting Apache Superset. We evaluated, for instance, Redash, which I think many of you have used, which is a really nice platform to do things, but it has very limited adaptation possibilities. You don't have the same layers and sometimes complex modifications possibilities as you have in Apache Superset. But for us, it was like a must to have those options. Maybe a little bit more complex, but it gave us the opportunities to actually build our own product on top of it. So it has a database connection. You can connect it to ClickHouse, or you can connect it to other databases as well. We can also upload spreadsheets in our solution. So I can combine my own spreadsheet data with our Matomo data in it. So it's pretty great. And then we have something called the data set, which is basically a virtual data model where I can see all my fields. I can see the URL, the titles, the campaign names, and so on. But I can also create new fields. So I could create a new field that is a combination of the page title and the page URL. I don't know why I need that, but I could do it. So it really offers you the superpowers in modification. And then we can do SQL queries directly on top of this data set. And with those queries, we can then start to visualize things in charts, and the charts, which are the visualizations, I will show you this more in detail soon, will be put in dashboards. So this is basically the architecture of Superset and what we use to build the products.
Thomas, I just have one thing to say. The webcam, I think, is currently showing your arm rather than your face.
Okay.
Just a tiny.
Is it better? But you still see my presentation, right?
Yeah. The presentation is really fine. No problem for this.
Yeah. Good. Thanks, Ronan. My belly is not that attractive. My face is maybe not either, but probably a little better than my stomach at least. So thank you. Okay, so a little bit about the features here. We can, this I already told you, but we will look at it instead. So this is what our dashboard looks like, and the red square that I show you a little chart, and the chart is like a query we do on the data, so we can present events as a number, for instance. I will show you a little video of how it looks when you're creating a chart. So creating a chart is pretty simple. You select the data set, and then in this case, I selected to display it as a table. And then I can find all the columns. So this is a little bit like the custom reports in Matomo, but it's a lot more, it has a lot more powers. So in this case, I'm filtering by site ID, and then I'm just presenting that. And then I can add other filters. So I want to filter so that I only see blog posts. And the good thing here is that we don't need, like in Matomo, you need to do archiving. So if I would create this report in Matomo, as a custom report. It would take a few hours for me to see the data, and I would only be able to create a report that shows data for the time period where I actually have raw data. So I would not be able to look at data. Usually you have a setting, the GDPR recommendations is 180 days or 6 months. So if I want to do that report for data from last year, I wouldn't be able to do that. But in Rebel, you would be able to do that. So it's a huge difference. And as you could see, it's fast and direct, and you pretty much have your report ready directly. So the next thing would be to, let's see, yeah, you can see it again. What would be to create a dashboard. And the dashboard is, as I said, combined of all these charts that we previously created. So I will show you a video of how you basically do a dashboard. So you can start from scratch, like I will do in this demo, and you give your dashboard a name. And then we have a pretty big library of ready-made charts. So you can search, but in this case, I'm just gonna use the page view table. You can drag and drop to resize it. And as you see, in this case, we have a search, and we added more fields or metrics to it than we did before. So it's pretty simple. And the cool thing and the big difference towards Matomo is that we can add filters to this. So every field or metric that we added to Rebel Metrics, we can actually add as filter options to our users. So I can start to have a default value in this case. So in this case, it will only show me traffic from digitalist.se in this case. But I could add any filter, and then when I'm ready, I can publish the dashboard, and it will be available to the other users in here. And I can add more filters. So for instance, in this case, I think I'm gonna look at the channel. So, and that would mean that if I create this, anyone using this report can filter the report by, I just want to see data for users coming from websites traffic or campaign traffic, or as you see, it pretty much instantly updates the report. So it's super fast, and it's super easy to really build custom reports. And then we have the layout features. We can drag and drop, as you see, new components, and we can add text. We can even add HTML to our reports. So they are pretty nice. So you can add a description to your end user and then move it next to your tables and charts. So it really offers you the things you're missing in the Matomo dashboards. And the filtering is, of course, super powerful. And then we have the data sets. And that I will show you in a little live demo. So I'm gonna go to our data set. And in this case, I have uploaded spreadsheets. So this test data is actually a spreadsheet that I uploaded. So if I create a new chart, I would be able to do that. I also have a virtual data set, which is basically you can run a query. For instance, if I use my data set called Matomo, it will contain all websites from my Matomo instance. But maybe I just want to limit one data set to contain just one website, maybe for security reasons or whatever reasons I can come up with, or it could be anything basically. Then you could just create a new SQL query, and from that query, create a new data set. and name it whatever you need to or want to. So that's a great feature. But let's look at the existing Matomo dataset and what we can do there. So first of all, we have our metrics definitions, and I mentioned this before, but as you can see here, we're using and actually recreating what a visit is in this case, and how to calculate visit total time. But this also gives us the option to create new items. So I can create my own metrics. And one example that I've done several times for several clients is that, for instance, if you have a goal on your website that is important, you can start to create a KPI where you get the number, like percentage of visitors for the site that converted a certain goal. And as you can see, you're basically creating SQL queries here, so you can adopt it and do your own calculations. So it's really powerful. And when I create it in the data set, it will automatically be available in my charts, so I can start to play with it. I can also do calculated columns. So metrics are more the numbers, and then with the calculated columns, I think these are some nice examples. I created a column called URL part 1. So that will actually give me, if you have a domain or a URL structure with several layers, so you have the path number 1, and then you have the path number 2, and then path number 3. So you can actually get just the first part of the URL by using this column. So it's pretty powerful. Or just getting the file name out of a URL. So there are a lot of really powerful features. Another one we did was that we converted the location country into full name country codes, so you can make it more user friendly. Another thing that is quite common is that you, for instance, have custom dimensions containing it can be a number. For instance, if you're collecting data from your intranet, sometimes your organization unit might be just a number. With this feature, you could translate the numbers into something readable. So you could say 1 equals IT department, etc., etc. So you can really enrich and improve the data after it's being collected. You don't have to do it within Matomo. So it really offers us flexibility. So I will actually show you that I will create a new chart and give you the example with so I'm selecting Matomo here, and I will create a table report. And then the dimensions I mentioned that I want to use is that, let's see, we also created, so I can show you this. We have the full page URL, but as we're also having a dimension called page URL part, and then we have the one that I told you about, the URL part 1, for instance. So we can just see what those dimensions would look like. So in this case, we have a full URL. And as you see, the first part is ticket here. So this one contains the domain name. And then my next one, the page URL part, that only contains the actual path. And then the last one is just the first part. So as you can see, you can really build reports that are powerful. So in this case, I can just use page URL part and then add my page view metrics to see, okay, which part of my site get most page views. So just update it like that, and then it will tell me. And now, as you see, a lot of them don't have one, so I would need to filter out. We can do that. I can add a filter saying like if URL part is not null. And then I will probably, okay. Of course, I didn't get it right. I won't fix it now, but I need to write something to test that it contains data. It's not a null value, it's an empty string. That's why it didn't work out of the box. But you get the point. You can really do fancy stuff. We have some built-in reports. So one of them is the transitions report. I will try to, let's see. Show you, because a transitions report is a report in Matomo that is quite slow. So what we did was to recreate it in RebelMetrics. So it's a little bit hands-on right now. I need to manually change the filters, but what we're looking at right now is the transitions of the start page. So we can see that where people are coming from and moving to on the start page. And then we also added some charts down here to see, so where did people click and what events were fired on this page. But I can really just change it to another page and it will update directly. And I can also change it to look at another period, for instance, and it will be pretty fast and direct. So that's also one thing, as if you use the transitions report on a Matomo instance, you know that it's really slow. And particularly looking at the date range like this wouldn't be possible. So that's an example of what we can do with Matomo, or with RebelMetrics and Matomo data is the correct answer. All right, I'm going to stop there and open up for the costs, of course. So currently we only sell RebelMetrics as a package with Matomo. So the simple starting cost for the combined two products would be 4,498 crowns, roughly 400 euros with today's euro conversion. And that would include 100 actions per month. You can see that we can support large amounts of data. We've had over 300 million actions per month in our cluster, so we can grow it pretty much. But it grows with your data costs, and feel free to contact me. But what I want to tell you is that we are actually releasing RebelMetrics as a standalone product later this year, hopefully sometime after the summer. We're begin to test it, so it will actually work by that you're adding a plugin to your Matomo instance, and then you get a RebelMetrics instance in our cloud that you can start to use. So it will hopefully be really simple to get started with it. And roughly the costs for just running RebelMetrics will be 50% of these costs. So I would say from 200 euros per month, but the pricing is not ready for the standalone product, but just so you know. So please contact me if you're interested, because we definitely want to have some beta testers or early adopters to try our integration. The product in itself works really well, but we are definitely looking for people that want to try out the full integration. All right, so let's open up for questions. Ronan, did you collect anything from the YouTube channel?
Yes, Thomas. So first of all, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for the quality of your conference, the slides. Well, I will say, so we open the floor to any questions. So anyone, just feel free to go within the chat and ask questions to Thomas. Of course, by my side, I always have questions. So as I haven't yet seen any questions in the chat about the conferences except mine, I'm gonna give you my questions, and then I really hope
Yep.
that it will work as an appetizer for anyone to write questions to. Ready?
Yeah,
For questions,
I'm ready.
Thomas? Okay. So the first one that I have for you is like, so you show us as, let's say, an introduction that there is like 3 ways of getting data of Matomo. So the API, the database, and then you introduce us to the data export. And I wasn't sure. I had the feeling that it was more like the export of the MySQL database, but I'm not sure. Is it possible for you to come back on the explanation about the way you export data from Matomo, so what we call Matomo export or data export, and what you are doing specifically here? And so I'm sorry, it will be like saying again the thing, but I just would like to be sure.
I didn't say it before, so I think let's just Google and find the Matomo documentation. So this is not exactly what we're doing, but okay.
Currently, we are still seeing the slides name question. Okay, perfect. Yes.
Let's see. Oh, it's not this one. Yeah, let's see. I think it's this one. So basically, this is the starting point.
Okay.
This SQL query. But to be honest, our query is, I think we're up on 200 rows or something like that. Because we are joining to get all data. If you do this, you're basically getting the actions out of Matomo, but you're not getting any metadata from it. So this would give you an action table, and you could just do simple stuff. So what you need to do is to start to enrich this data with, for instance, what is the title, what is the URL, what is the campaign, what is the site ID, etc., etc. You don't have everything, and a lot of them is not correctly mapped, so to speak. So it's about enriching this export. You could theoretically just do this and get started, but I think, this is basically the product and what we're selling. It's, as I said, it took us 3 years to get to this point where we can actually present basically the same data, but better in Rebelmetrics than it actually is in Matomo. Because, for instance, in Matomo, you probably notice that if you want to look at the visitor number, for instance, since we are looking at aggregated data, the visitor count will only be correct if you're looking at aggregated periods. So, or the unique visitor count, that is. So, for instance, if you're looking at the date range, we can't really tell the unique number of visitors, but in this case we can. So it's really about what we can do with the data. One thing we also did that is quite cool is that you saw me present the transitions report. So one thing we are exporting to be able to do that is the previous URL. So for every action that we are collecting, for every page view we are collecting, we are actually storing the referrer as a column in itself. So that means that we can do that kind of reporting. So it's about enriching the data.
Okay, so just if I understood well, you mean like this given SQL query that we can see right now on your screen does not give us the visits log report that we can export from the API, and in fact your 200 lines as SQL queries is in fact of it getting very close to the visit log report from the API in order for you to get all the data properly formatted within your database that after you can use for all your mathematics. Am I correct, or am I totally wrong here?
So let's look at our data set.
Okay.
Basically, you can see this, all these columns. This is basically a spreadsheet of all the fields that that our Excel generates, or our SQL query generates. So when we are running this query against Matomo, we are creating basically a flat. So we can actually do this.
Okay, I think I got it. I think what you did is like you created the perfect integration, so as Google Analytics is doing with Google Looker, in which people can just pick up, in fact, the metrics and the dimension that they want, rather than picking up a full report archived by Matomo. Am I correct?
Something like that.
Okay, so in fact, you recreated all the metrics one by one thanks to SQL queries that we couldn't get from the visit log report.
Something like that.
So it means that you spent months working on this given project in order to.
Yeah. I mean, it's it's not an easy thing to do. That's for sure. So basically, this is the raw data, or the table that we have of fields, and as you can see, it's a flat table. So this is great because it gives us the superpowers to ask questions and filter on things. But it's also so that this is the cool thing.
Okay, sorry, that's a question which may be a bit too private, but is there any plan for you commercially to afterward resell, let's say, this technology or this knowledge to other players out of Superset? I mean, like someone coming to you saying, okay, we need the same thing for Grafana or for any other, I don't know, any open source technology or any proprietary one. Is it the kind of services or consultancy that you could offer, or that you will be ready, I don't know, to sell or whatever, as a bundle package or expertise?
That's actually what since, as I said, we're planning to release this as a service that you can integrate with any Matomo. To do that, we're actually forced to build this export into a plugin. So that means that we are thinking about at least releasing our data export as a plugin, where you could export it to RebelMetrics, but that would actually give you the data to whatever database or visualization tool. If you already have a data lake in your company, you could get our enriched data export, but that would be definitely a premium plugin. That would be, but that's an option that we're thinking about. But we haven't decided yet.
Okay. Sorry, my English is not good enough, but what does a standalone offer means?
It means that because today you can only get RebelMetrics if you buy Matomo from us. So that means that you can buy only the RebelMetrics SaaS service from us as a standalone product, and integrate it if you have Matomo with another vendor, or if you have it installed in your own data warehouse or your own servers. You could still use RebelMetrics, but from our cloud service. So that's the point that I mean, that's what we're going to release after the summer sometime, and we're looking for beta testers for that feature. So that's something you definitely can contact me if you want to be one of the first to test that integration, and to get the superpowers of RebelMetrics.
Okay. So just to be sure, let's imagine that I'm a research center. I have an on-premise installation of Matomo, because definitely keeping the data internally within my company is of paramount importance. I'm not satisfied with the way Matomo is visualizing the data within my dashboard. With this, let's say, hypothetical standalone offer, for a given price which has to be set, I install a plugin, and thanks to this plugin, I will be able to send easily the data from Matomo with those SQL queries to any data warehouse that I have internally on premise as well. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's the idea that we're, as I said, we haven't decided if we're going to release it that way, but that's definitely an option that we're evaluating. Of course, we want to sell Rebel metrics primarily, but I know the need is big, but it also means that you need to support those people that want to do that. So it's also a question about that. But definitely something we might think of. But I would like, I'm going to talk about security in my next presentation, so we can talk about it a little bit, because I think we need to see a higher level of services in terms of security when it comes to Matomo and also things like this. So it's really about selecting vendors with high security standards to do so. And I think just putting it internally doesn't solve that question. But I think so that's a mentality thing that needs to be changed a bit.
Okay, is it? Sorry, I'm looking at the question. I don't see any coming, so I'm gonna try to keep you with some questions.
Yeah.
So, but is this support coming from Superset typically? I mean, will it be Superset support or let's say Grafana support that you will need, or will it be more admin system security expert, or will it be more like Matomo community member who could help? I mean, how could the Matomo community help support you, or anyone support you in order to make this standalone offer possible, or is it growth internally that you need to have in order to recruit the right profiles?
I mean, to offer it as a standalone product is not really in our scope. We are a cloud provider, but we at the same time we really like the community, and as you know, we already contribute with a lot of plugins and things to the community. So we're definitely lovers of open source, but it's of course a mix in this case. So what I'm saying is that we didn't decide whether we're going to release the export plugin as a standalone feature or not. I can't promise you that today. But I mean, it's definitely, if it's something that a lot of people would be interested in, we could definitely, I mean, it's all about, in the end, to be honest, it's about business. If people are willing to pay a subscription for it, definitely possible.
Okay. Thank you very much, Thomas. I'm looking if there are any questions left. Do you need 5-minute breaks, or I have another small question for you, but it's up to you. You decide.
You can go on if you want to.
Okay, that's a small one coming from myself as well. As you know, AI is getting more and more popular. Do you have any small integration or easy integration that you could add on top of it for Superset, in which it will analyze the data quicker? Or,
yeah. So not really. I can show you. Let's see where we have them. I haven't played that much with it. Let's just try one, because there are features in Superset where you can do some prediction.
Okay.
Let's see. So you have things like advanced analytics and predictive analytics. So you can actually enable forecasts. And to be honest, I haven't played that much with it, but it's already possible. It's not AI, but it's more mathematical predictive analytics. And I'm definitely, we're looking at AI. Since we're a SaaS company, we are looking into, and we're working a lot with like making sure data is not shared with third parties outside of the European Union and so on. I mean, this is a must if you're working with the public sector. So everything stays in our data centers, and we are like building everything with 100% open source. So there are no calls to Google or Amazon or whatever in the bottom here. Everything is standalone. So that means that we're going to release hopefully similar things like Chat GPT, but with open models and things like that as a SaaS service. And that would definitely be possible to integrate into this. But I mean, the first step is I think, to get things like prediction and so on ready.
Okay. And how active is the Apache superset community? I mean, are they releasing some new feature quite often, or?
I mean, it's the release cycle is a couple of times per year. There are larger releases, and small fixes happens all the time. So it's pretty active, I would say. Okay. But I mean, a superset in itself, you need to see the difference here. That superset is the tool we use. The Rebel Metrics part is all the dashboards and all the charts that are dedicated to Matomo. And this is really, this is what the difference between superset and Rebel Metrics is. If you're just installing superset, it's an empty product. You need to create this data set that we already did for Matomo with all these fields and exports, and then you need to create all the charts. You need to figure out how to calculate a page view, how to calculate a bounce rate, etc., etc. So superset would help you do that, but it takes time. So this is really, again, I'm pointing out that the point of having Rebel Metrics is that you can get 3 years ahead of time in learning out of the box, and we can import your data pretty much directly, and you get started, and people can create their dashboards next week. This is the whole point.
Okay, I get it. I'm looking at the chat if there's new questions coming. The answer is no. And in 3 minutes, you have the next conference from you to handle. I suggest that we go for a tiny break of 2 minutes. I leave the stream on, just stay on the stage, and let's see each other in 3 minutes.
Cool. Thanks.
Thank you, Thomas. See you in 2 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah. All right, Ronan, will you introduce me again? Or how do we do? Maybe I just get started. So I'll give you a few seconds, Ronan, to interact. Otherwise, I will get going.
Hi, Thomas. All good?
Hi.
What a break.
Are we ready? Are we ready?
Yes.
Yeah, 2 minutes break. That's good.
So if you're ready, Thomas, you can start.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Ronan. Okay, so this is a topic that has been on my radar for quite some time now. And I'm going to share with you my knowledge or latest insights about what the new EU regulations and we're going to talk about the CRI or Cyber Resilience Act and NIS 2 and what they mean in the context of Matomo and Matomo services. To start with, I'm not really an expert in this, so I will give you like other individuals' knowledge in this. But I'm trying to be a bit humble here because I'm actually part of a science group at the University of Skövde in Sweden, and I've been part of that for a couple of years, and we're working with, or they are working with. I'm kind of in the reference group with sustainable digitalizations and studies around that, and some of the topics the last years has been really related to these new EU regulations and what impact it will have on the industry in Europe. And I will try to share at least some of my own insights, and hopefully you have more people here in the conference that can contribute. But let's see what we can learn together. So this is a bit about the agenda. So first of all, why do we have all these new demands? I will talk shortly about the CRI and NIS 2 and what they mean. I'll also mention the cloud certifications that will come 2025. And last, talk about, so what does this really mean to you if you're providing Matomo as a service towards the European Union? Because it will have huge impacts, I can tell you that, for a lot of us. No matter who you are, you will have to up your game to deliver towards particularly the public sector. But yeah, let's see what we can learn. So I mean, this is of course, if you're Swede and maybe if you're Scandinavian, this was one of the biggest headlines after New Year's in Sweden this year. We had an enormous attack on one of the IT vendors in Sweden, and over 120 authorities were affected by this big IT attack. And I mean, the reason behind it, I'm not going to go into detail, was very sloppy IT security work, very sloppy maintenance of their softwares, and not being a professional vendor, to be honest. It all comes down to that. I mean, with that said, you can never say that our service is secure. No one can do that. What you can say is that we're doing everything we can to keep our services secure. But in this case, it was pretty obvious that they were failing, and they were failing big time. And internal employees reported later on that they pointed out to their management that we should take care of security better, but they didn't act on that, and so on. So I mean, this is the case, and I'm just bringing it up because this is just one of the cases, and we see an enormous trend of IT attacks in Europe and that affects the public sector, and most of them we don't hear about. But I mean, this is the reason behind it, and this is actually the EU Commission's own data. Cyber attacks costed 5.5 trillion euros to them 2021, and I can't even imagine what that number is, but that was the cost for this cyber attacks and what they caused for us. Sensitive data is lost and leaked on a massive scale, and I mean the thing that they see is that we lack rules, we lack standardization, and the problem is that people that procure IT systems, they don't have the knowledge about these things. They are usually buying features. If we talk about the Matomo context, people want to just have Matomo, they look at 3 vendors, and they pick the one with the lowest price. I mean, we see this everywhere. But if they would have to look at the security requirements coming from these regulations, maybe 2 of those vendors wouldn't even be able to provide the service because the lack of implementation of security in their services. And I mean, this is where we have to move because of the enormous effect of these like poorly maintained IT services. And I mean, Matomo is just a service, and this is the Matomo conference. That's why I'm talking about Matomo here. But I mean, it's a bigger thing than Matomo. You all understand that. But this is the background to why these new regulations are coming in place. And these regulations are laws. It's nothing that you can decide to choose to pick on. It's becoming new laws in the European Union. And to be honest, there are more things. So in relation to cybersecurity, there is the Cybersecurity Act. There's this NIS2 directive that I will explain a little bit. You have the Cyber Resilience Act, Cyber Solidarity Act, and then on the trust and safety part, you have eIDAS, which is a EU regulation about electronic identification and trust services for transactions, and that is also coming into place. And so we're seeing a lot of regulations in terms of how we can build IT services for the public sector, but many of these are not only affecting the public sector. They will be affecting the whole industry in Europe, and as an effect the whole world, because anyone that want to sell IT products needs to adopt to this, because Europe is a huge market. And then of course the AI Act that has been a huge talk about lately, but let's not talk about the AI Act here. I don't have too much, but I just wanted to show you that there are many legislations coming. All right, so let's talk about NIS2. The NIS2 directive is really about improving the overall resilience, and there is a NIS1 directive. So the NIS2 is an add-on, and it's adding more critical sectors, as they use in their wording. So more get affected by the NIS2 directive and the rules in it, and they also stated out more things. So on a high level, it's about like raising the barrels of what security requirements you need to have when you provide IT services, and then it's a high focus on incident reporting. So that's the key things here. So it's really about, again, making sure that the cybersecurity within the European Union gets to a level that is okay, to avoid these cyber attacks, or limit them at least, or limit the damage of them. So I mean, this looks pretty easy, right? But we will come to what it means in practice later on. CRA, spelling error. That's good. But the purpose here is to to make sure that products that are sold within the European Union and have a higher security, basically. So in Europe, you already have like the CE certification of product, of physical products. So you can think of this CRA as a bit of a similar thing for digital products. So you need to have this stamp to sell digital products in Europe later on. And it's about really making sure that digital products are secure. So you need to ensure that your products are updated, and you need to, if you sell a product, you need to include security updates for 5 years after it's sold. And you need to really, they're really changing how this works. And what also comes into play here is that if you're using open source, you need to basically be able to, or if you're selling a service based on open source, you need to guarantee, even if the open source project is closed, you will be able to, or you need to make sure that the product is security updated for another 5 years and so on. So this puts a lot of pressure on not on the people creating open source, but on the people selling services based on open source. One thing that is also coming is a cybersecurity certification, and that's a part under Cybersecurity Act. So to sell services towards the public sector, procurements will force you to have a certification in many cases. So this will be a gatekeeper for you to be able to sell services to the public sector. That, okay, we require it to be certified according to this. So it's really about like helping public sector to procure secure system more easily than instead of like today maybe their IT department or security department writes requirements about security, and it's all comes down to how good they are at asking these questions, and so the point here is to like standardize it. And there will be 3 levels of this certification. So it really depends on what type of service the authority will buy. So you have the basic, substantial, and high. So basically, Matomo will probably be mapped under the basic certification level. And that a lot of things will map down to that. You need to make sure that it's secure and that you can guarantee that it's updated and updated within time. So if there are security updates on Matomo or any other component that you use to provide Matomo, you will like be forced to update them within a certain time and so on. And you will have to report incidents to your country's organ for collecting these incidents and so on. So it's a lot about like processes. You can think about like if there are ISO processes or ISO standards that you can certify your company towards. I think most of these will map back to that. So probably more to be able to be certified, you should probably have an ISO certification as well. Yeah, so an effect on a Matomo provider is that we really need to make sure that we document how we do things, how access control is handled. We need to have risk assessment, and all these things needs to be documented and submitted, and we need to do pen testing on our platforms. And those pen testing has to be done by a third party, and we need to have documents saying that these platforms are certified, or at least were certified at a certain date and so on. So it's really about raising the barrier of quality here. So in practice, I would say that you really need to update things fast. You need to have a plan for how you maintain Matomo. You can't, I know a lot of people use the built-in web interface to update Matomo, for instance. You can forget about that. It's not, you can't do that. You need to do it through version control. You need to know what you're delivering. You need to test stuff. And you need to have a process to react on updates. So if there are security updates, you need to act on those. I know a lot of people more maintain their Matomo installations as projects. So it's really like, we plan to do an update after summer, we plan to do an update in November, and then one time before Christmas. So it's really like project based. But to make a service secure, you need to have a constant monitoring, and you need to be active all the time. And I mean, today you can think that this is an option, but it's really, you really need to go that way. You should, one requirement that will also be part of this certification is that you can deliver a software bill of material, or SBOM, and that's, I'll talk about that, what that is. And one requirement will be that you can actually contribute back to Matomo to fix issues and security issues that you find. So what is an SBOM? Well, that's a complete list of everything you use to run Matomo at a certain point. So at a certain point, you have a certain version of the database, of the web server, of the file system, of the operating system, etc., etc. So you need to be able to provide an exact list of what you're running right now to provide Matomo as a service. And you need to maintain that. So if someone asks you, what were you running April 1st, 2024? You should go back in time and be able to provide that list, so you know exactly what vulnerabilities you had at that point. And not only Matomo, this is for the whole stack. Yeah, so to do this, I think you need to rebuild stuff with modern architecture. So going into Kubernetes and those type of Kubernetes and Docker, because what those offer is version control. If you're running Kubernetes or Docker, you can actually have version control of not only Matomo and your plugins, but you can have version control of your operating system and all the packages, and also the network configurations you're using. So it's not a requirement, but I think I have a hard time seeing that if you don't have that, you have hard to meet the requirements. It will require a lot of work. And also you need to have automation. You can't do manual deploys. You can't click in the interface, because that will break. You don't know, because you don't know what you're doing if you're doing that. You're just relying on that someone else did something right, but that will not be okay anymore. At not least if you're delivering to the public sector. All right, so this talk is a little shorter than my last one, so I'm going to open up for questions and talk. And first of all, I think this is great, because I think we don't need more cybersecurity attacks and hacks and data leaking out from the public sector. We need to up the game. So personally, I think it's great. But I would love to get questions from the audience or comments. What do you think? Do you think this is a good thing, or what do you think?
Thank you very much, Thomas. So we are waiting for some questions within the chat. In the meantime, I'm just gonna ask you, as usual, some questions. So I have two in reserve, let's say. The first one is like, as far as I understood, let's say the Cyber Resilience Act means like it's concerning people who are Matomo service provider or providing some cloud about Matomo. Am I correct?
It affects anyone selling services within the European Union, digital services within the European Union.
Okay. Hold on. I have someone knocking at my door right now. Of course. Hold on. I'm just coming back in a second. Sorry for that.
Okay, no problem. So I will open up. Anyone else having questions? Write in the chat. What do you think?
Okay. Nothing of interest, of course. So I'm just looking at the chat. I cannot see any questions left. So it's currently 10:22. I'm wondering, Thomas, if that's okay to you if we talk about another subject on which you have an expertise with.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, I put one in the chat. So one community member sent me a message yesterday saying, "Hey, Renan, have you seen there is a feature in Matomo Tag Manager named Custom Request Processing Function? I don't know if you already see this feature at all. I mean, if you connect to Matomo Tag Manager, you may see this feature within the variable. And I was wondering if you will be able to tell us a bit more about this specific feature, because it's and tell us about the opportunity and what it changed. You have already seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it, but I must say that I haven't played with it yet. So unfortunately, maybe Johan is going to talk about single page application later on. Maybe he has looked into it.
Okay. Because as far as I understood from this specific feature, it's a custom function to use with Matomo Tracker that can transform all the tracking requests. And if I remember well, within a previous MatomoCamp conference, you showed us how to protect a Matomo by removing some PII information. And I was wondering if this variable, or if you have the feeling that this given variable could be kind of the same thing that you are doing with custom variable or custom JavaScript.
Yeah, maybe. I haven't looked into it in detail, so I can. I'm afraid I don't have much to say there at the moment. But what I could mention is I'm actually releasing a feature to our clients to help them clean out PII data. So that's one thing that is quite interesting for us right now. But I don't know if it makes sense. But we're building a feature where you can anonymize event data collected, and also having monitor for PII. So, for instance, we can set up regular expressions to detect PII data in Matomo, and then if those alarms are triggered, we can basically go in and anonymize them within the interface. So this is something I will do a talk about after the summer, I think. So that's a new plugin we're building, which is of course super great if you want to care about GDPR and manage incident in an efficient way.
Okay. So it's currently 10:25. I'm going to try to keep on asking you questions, if that's okay for you, and if you are still available for for the community. So I'm trying to dig into my head for maybe one general one. Are there any plans of any additional plugins or features or any new discoveries that you made about Matomo recently?
Yeah, I think the one I mentioned is probably the one that I have on my mind. We also built a plugin to do engagement tracking. So to measure like engaged visits in Matomo in a better way, because today when you're talking about user engagement, you're usually using like time on page, bounce rate, and sometimes maybe scroll depths. But I think those are quite unprecise. So we built a feature where we combine scroll and time, and that actually gives us a lot better measurements of engagements. And I think that's one example of things we're building. But I can actually show you my my PII cleaner, because I have it running locally. So if that's something out of interest, I think you see my screen now, right? So
Yes, we do.
So this is a plugin that.
Nice. Okay.
So first of all, the event anonymizer looks a little bit like this. Let's see if it's loading. Yeah. So what I can do here is that I can search for data. So I also provided a lot of regexp patterns to detect data in Matomo. So that means that I can. Now I have test data. So let's search for this pattern in the event data. And okay, now I didn't get a hit. I'll search again.
Wow.
And then let's see if it works. Yeah, so here I found data, and let's say this is an PII incident that I want to anonymize. So what I can do now is that I can do a replace pattern. So maybe in this case, we just want to replace it with this pattern. Normally, this would be a personal identification number. But as you can see, I get a preview here. I can also download the results that I have here, but I can also press anonymize. Let's make a bigger stream so we can see that it's affected. And then so what I'm doing now is that I'm actually anonymizing the raw data in Matomo directly with this. So by doing that, we can fix incidents of PII pretty much out of the box. We also have an alarm function, so I can set up alarms.
Sorry, Thomas, but I'm not sure if
Yep.
you changed the world here or not. Okay, I wasn't expecting this morning, so I clearly am a bit undershocked. I'm not sure about what I saw. Are you telling me that you succeed in developing the search and replace feature that which weren't yet into Matomo?
Yeah.
I mean, this one is for PII, but can it be used for? Let's imagine that I run up my measurement plan when it comes to tracking campaign parameter, right? Unfortunately, I hired an intern, or I didn't have the coffee, and my campaign name, instead of calling it newsletter November, I call it new letter November. I misspelled and I forgot to add the S. As a result, I'm getting two campaigns which are distinct, and it's currently making my life a nightmare. Does it mean that your feature here is able to change that out and combine the two?
Yeah, it's actually, we're only working with event data right now, but I will extend it to page views and other things as well. But events is usually where we see most PII incidents. So that's why we started there. But the alarms is another great thing. So I can actually set up alarms, and then I get an alarm log with dates where we had issues. So in this case, we had issues with, for instance, email address in the name field. So this link will take me back to the actual search, so I can find them, and then I can anonymize them. So it's it's a pretty cool tool.
Is it going to be a premium feature? Are you in discussion with the Matomo team with this? Is it going to be a community plugin?
I think this is a value to the community. So I think I will definitely release it when it's mature enough.
Wow. I have another question for you, Thomas, if that's fine.
Yeah.
I received recently some demands from clients in order to do and perform what we call server-side tracking. So server-side tracking, the way I want to express it is more like something are happening behind the scene when a visitor is coming on your website. So we're going to take an insurance company. So insurance company website, they clearly express their will to be assured. So they are sending a form in order to say, hey, I'm interested in a car insurance company. But the thing is, like, the final decision is going to happen within the offices of the insurance company, where they will decide if this given individual is in fact eligible for an insurance car company. So let's say that they say no, or let's say that they say yes. We can use server-side tracking in order to map it back to the given visitor profile in Matomo. And I just would like to know if you already got similar project where, because currently we do not have kind of a plugin or any, I mean, it's possible to do it with Matomo, but we don't have yet any feature definitely developed for this. And I was wondering if that's already the things that you put in place for your clients.
We have some cases where we've done that kind of things. The main issue is to map that transaction back to the visitor. So, because otherwise you will basically, when you do the offline tracking, or the server-side tracking, you will just create a new visit, and then you don't know if someone converted, who was that. So the tricky part is to send the visitor data from the online presence to somewhere else, and to be able to map that. And I think so you need to solve that basically. And to be honest, in Matomo you usually use you can use the cookie information. So the visitor cookie you could use to do that. But sending that server side and so on, it's a bit technically tricky. And then I think there are privacy concerns sometimes also, because you're not really allowed to run analytics data with other systems without a consent. So you need to really think about your consent text to do that.
Okay. I just added in the chat the link that one provided me about this. So I didn't know it myself last week, that there is a documentation which has been published on the Matomo website explaining how does it work in the case of an e-commerce website. And it seems that this article can be used as a framework if adapted. So as Digitalist is a smart company, if there is someone who is able to identify a way of making this accessible, let's say, to anyone, I think that would be super great.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, but it's definitely doable.
Okay.
And I don't know if you can build a plugin though, because it's really about integration with your other systems. So it's not really something you can do out of the box, I think.
Yeah. I always dreamt about, well, not really dreamt, but, a backend within Matomo in which you can easily import a CSV file according to a specific pattern in order to say, hey, those are, let's say, my raw data from a CRM, and I just want, this button in which I push it, and then it's sending internally to Matomo and populate the raw data. So that was more like the sense of my question. Okay, so I'm still trying to fill in the gap here until 11 a.m. Do you have any questions that you wish the audience would have asked you today about any of the two conferences you just gave?
No, maybe a question to what tools are people using for data visualization outside of Matomo? Is it Google Looker people are turning to, or what are people using?
Okay,
that would be my question too.
What are data viz software you are using? In my case, I'm using more and more ChatGPT. So at the end of the day, I have the feeling that it's nothing more than, in fact, Math library, something like this. So of course, it's making some ugly charts, but I would say that's really the way I tend to go, me personally, those days. In the terms of solution that I'm here more and more is Snowflake. It's yes, Google Looker. What do we have? Click, Tableau. All the big ones, in fact, are always coming back. So yes, Jan answered us that it was Tableau.
I've been using Tableau and helped clients to integrate towards it as well. But so I mean,
Power BI. I have to say that we are receiving more and more information dealing with Power BI, and what I think was kind of that I was missing those last days is like, if you would like to play efficiently with Tableau, with Power BI, the thing which was missing in most of the report of Matomo is the date, because without the date, you cannot use the automatic calendar feature in all those data viz software which allow you to update the data. And the way to get it is actually with the on-prem installation of Matomo. You get custom report, and within the custom report, you can add date in UTC format. And this is where you can finally start to play seriously with Matomo with any data viz software. But without this, you get crazy.
Yeah, of course. But and still, as I mentioned in my previous presentation, you only get a one-to-one export. So you only get the page views, you only get the events, so you can't really combine stuff into one, when you can't filter on any dimension unless you're building a custom report. So it's still like what you're getting is your Matomo reports out of Matomo, but you can't really create new stuff and you can't modify data and so on. So this is right, like really, even though you're using Tableau or Google Looker where you theoretically can do those things, since you're only exporting like a limited part of your data sets, it doesn't give you the superpowers that you usually need in the end.
Well, I'm gonna try to make it in another way, Thomas, because I would like our audience to realize it. You show us two conferences today. The first one, I don't know if people realize, but you rock the stage. In fact, you show us how we can get 3 years in advance in terms of data viz for Matomo specifically, with an incredible technology. I mean, that's just mind-blowing, let's say. So I cannot say, of course, what I will do on my side here, but trust me, I will do my best so that it can be recognized. The second one is like, I'm not sure if people really understood as well what your search and replace event feature is doing, but as well, it's mind-blowing. I mean, in just 2 conferences with those 2 features, you just give the possibility for Matomo. So currently it's of course on digitalist knowledge and expertise, but kind of an advancement in terms of 2 or 3 years of development. So I mean, I'm gonna do my best as usual in order to make this recognized. Just would like to say thank you. So we got a comment from Jan in the chat saying we integrate all raw Matomo data table into Databricks and build the Tableau DB on top of. We don't do custom report. So isn't it the first and second method that you are describing? Yes.
Yeah, it sounds like they are using the data exports, the SQL I showed you in previously. So I mean, it's similar to what we are doing. I would say.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna maybe try to keep on going, maybe for one last question, so that we can go up to 10:45, and then I will prepare René for to come on stage in order to give the rest of the conference. So, what question could I ask here? Yes, so I have this crazy project that I'm currently working at the moment, which is a bit similar to yours. How familiar are you when it comes to artificial intelligence?
I mean, I use it daily and we are building services, but I'm not personally that involved in those. I'm more of a user, but yeah, I use it more and more.
My wish is to create AI feature which will, in fact, based on the prompt of a user, so saying something like, give me the last 30 days of visits coming from Firefox, take out this prompt and then writing a Python script specifically for the API live visits, so to set the live data in order to give exactly the report that we want. So with, for example, if I'm saying, give me the date in the first column as a CSV, the second, the information Firefox, and so on and so forth, it will work out. And what I'm currently struggling here is about telling to ChatGPT or Mistral AI about each heading of each column, like ID visit, what it is about, like refer type, what it is about. Do you have any pieces of advice for me to clearly give the perfect prompt to ChatGPT so that it can create the right Python script to deal with all the headings of the raw data?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you need to, if you're using GPT, you need to do a custom GPT that you can provide the database schema and so on. So you can upload that knowledge to that particular chat. I mean, otherwise you will have to like ask the questions over and over again. So it's about training that model. Or training that custom GPT to be an expert in that area. I played with that, so I built a like Matomo optimization, performance optimization GPT, and played with things like that, where you kind of link to documents and share the data model and so on. So it can get better, but it's really AI will be, or like GPTs will be good at like creating the text. So it's not necessarily always the right tool for it.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I'm finally discovering is like you need to hard code things with Python scripts in order to do exactly what you want, where you are in control. and then leave the approximation to ChatGPT or any other AI tool out there to make the thing. And I'm doing exactly what you're saying, knowledge base with custom mapping in order to say ID visit, this is the definition, so find all the words barely dealing with. But it's harder than I would have imagined. It's currently 10:45, Thomas. I think I took enough of your time. Once more, thank you very much for all you are doing. So all you are doing is getting even bigger than those two conferences, because I have to precise that currently you are in Stockholm, because this is where you are living and this is where you are working, and you are holding physically the event in Stockholm as well, so that the audience can move physically to Stockholm, so that our speakers can move physically to Stockholm. And does Jaime will join you soon?
Yeah, he's in the room next to me, so he will move in here soon.
Okay.
And if you're in Stockholm and if you want to join the group of Matomo enthusiasts today, please contact me, and I will be happy to include you here into the warm Stockholm Matomo community.
If by chance you have any possibility with their agreements to take some picture and then send them to us, I will do my best to forward them to the Matomo team so that they can promote it on social networks.
Yes, we will try to do a nice group photo. Sounds like a good idea.
Thank you, Thomas. I leave you peacefully, and let's catch up with the community at 11 a.m. in 13 minutes from now.
Thank you, Ronan, and I'm really looking forward to the rest of the day.
Yeah, that's going to be epic. Cheers, Thomas.
Thanks. Bye. Thank you.
Okay, so Reme, if you are in the room or if you can hear me, feel free to come on stage, and we will continue the event. In the meantime, for the audience, feel free to have a good break, and we will start back at 11 a.m. Hi, Remy, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hey, how are you doing?
Hi. I'm quite.
By the way, it's currently streamed. So it's currently live. So what you're gonna say right now is already on YouTube. So it's not if you want to say something like personal or sensitive, it's better to call by mobile phone or whatever.
No
But just to
worries.
let
No
you know.
worries. No worries. I mean, I understand. Do you
Okay.
see my screen?
Yeah, so we can see currently your background, which is full of mountains, and then we can see that we just step into probably a chewing gum or an ice cream or something like this. Um, and there are currently some subtitles, so I don't understand why there is some subtitles. Probably it's analyzing already the.
I'm
Uh,
trying to. So
yeah, so we can see the slide. We can see you.
good.
Uh, your screen is saying Alfonso. I always forgot. Should I say Reme or should I say Alfonso?
One more time, please. My screen. What?
Everything works perfectly, Reme. You look great on the webcam and the slides are wonderful.
Perfect.
Should I name you Alfonso or Reme Alfonso?
Alfonso is more easy for Swedes and Nordics.
Okay.
Jaime is quite difficult to pronounce, so I am not accustomed to Alfonso. But my family and friends and Latinos, Spanish speakers, they
Mhm.
call me Jaime.
Okay. Okay. Okay, Jaime. So we're going to start at exactly 11 a.m. So if you want to grab a glass of water or take a small break, just stay on the stage, and in 3 minutes
Okay, good.
we will start. If you have any questions in the meantime, feel free to ask me, and I will do my best to help.
Thank you, Ronan.
So far, the two conferences from Thomas Pearson went really well in terms of streaming. So I will hope we'll have the same experience. At any time, if you have any questions, just feel free to ask me, and I will put my microphone on back. Yeah, normally
Okay,
it should go as planned.
okay.
Okay, so it's gonna be 11 a.m. in some seconds, so I'm just not gonna say anything anymore, Rene. Maybe just on the stage, you can look at the audience. You just need to press the arrow down in order to be for your character on the stage to be just front to the audience, the chair. But that's just a minor thing. So. Remy, I'm just gonna shut up my microphone and switch off my camera. I wish you a great conference.
Good.
And you can start right now.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to a new session. I'm going to talk about navigating the pitfalls. These are mostly common mistakes I found during Matomo implementations. So we are going to navigate through some of those pitfalls and how to solve them. um, Jaime Alfonso Aponte. I'm psychologist, specialized in consumer behavior, technical data analyst. I love data-driven marketing. I consider myself an open source enthusiast, and that's one of the reasons why I'm here sharing with you my time and my knowledge in Matomo. As you can see in the icons below my name, I love camping, I love bonsai trees, and obviously a good beer in a good company. Regarding my experience, I've been working for the private and the public sectors in both Europe and the Americas. I'm a trainer. I've been holding training sessions with in both the public and the private sector regarding data analyst, Matomo, and consumer behavior is analyst. I am really interested in artificial intelligence, conversion rate optimization, and data visualization. I've been working mostly with Power BI, Tableau, and BigQuery. So let's dive into the implementation challenges. One of the main problems or challenges we have as analytics consultants is the time pressure. You need to do it fast and do it well, and that put us in a big problem when you are trying to deliver a good analytics, when you are trying to deliver a good product. And because of that, we face some big challenges, especially when we try to implement in new technologies. When I'm going to go through this template that you can see, I will going to talk about the single page applications, the cookie compliance, event hierarchies, a little bit about naming conventions and log and reports. Regarding single page applications, the effort, as you can see in the image, is quite demands a good knowledge about Matomo, Tag Manager, JavaScript, and data layer. And for that reason, the effort could be significantly high. The cost, because you need a specialized knowledge. Often you need a senior implementer, so it could be high, but obviously a senior implementer can achieve the implementation in a shorter time with the correct tools, for example, data layer or data attributes. The implications of a bad implementation in single page applications, as in other tools as well, is a bad measurement, and a bad measurement plus a high cost of implementation leads to waste and inaccurate insights. Regarding cookie compliance, the effort is not that difficult. So if you know the Matomo way, and you are using a good compliance management tool, the solution could be more or less complicated. Some of those tools like OneTrust or Cookie Eyes or CookieBot, Cookie Yes, I mean, or CookieBot are most or less difficult. And depending of your interest or the places you have your customers. If you are working in the Europe region, obviously you need to be aware about the compliance in Europe. And even though inside France or Germany, you need to be compliant with another regulations on those places. So if you need a knowledgeable person to implement this cookie compliance, but it's not that difficult at all. Regarding the cost, is not that is relatively low. The cost of implementation is not that high, depending on the solutions you are using. But regarding the implications of a bad implementation could lead to astronomical fines. In event hierarchies, the challenge is that you need to you need quite significant. It's quite time consuming. Why? Because you need to be aware about your stakeholders. There are many stakeholders, and you need to gather the points of views of these stakeholders. So it's time consuming, and the cost, because you need to involve many stakeholders, and this time just a small change can lead to bad reports and inaccurate measurements. The implications could be high if you don't have a consistent hierarchy of events, and it leads to poor insights and fragmented reporting that needs to be cleaned up later, and that's not desirable. Regarding the naming convention, well, here is not that high, but it needs to be managed wisely and well documented at the moment of the implementation. So it's relatively at low cost, and the implications are mostly for future challenges. For example, when you make changes, when you are trying to debug the setup, so that plays a big role to have a good naming convention to identify the triggers or the tags that has been fired. Regarding logs and reports, it needs to be addressed during the measurement plan. Why? Because in this planning, uh, you need to plan what to be gathered, what how your reports should looks like, and obviously taking into account the stakeholders, you need to deliver plans, reports that make important, that make sense for them. And it create with a bad reporting and a bad mm, logs, it creates disinterest in the tool and distrust in the reports, and therefore an investment of time and money that will lead to implementation of other tools and greater expenses for our clients. So that's really important for us to keep in mind both the stakeholders, their target groups, and a good report structure and event hierarchy. So let's say take a look to single page application and some bad examples. As you can see, this is one of the examples I wanted to really talk about, because this kind of regex implementation is not desirable. The implication of this kind of regex implementation is that you are, as soon as you are using mobile visitors, you are losing those visitors in your reports, and any single change in the look and feel of the buttons or the class will lose the trigger, and obviously you are losing information, and this implementation, this trigger will lose the importance. And the maintenance of this kind of implementations is quite high, because it's difficult to identify where is the change, and and the performance, regarding the performance at the loading time in the page could be quite significantly when you have a lot of this kind of implementations. And the flexibility obviously is really difficult to get in shape. So one of the best practices alternatives is to consider using data attributes for tracking for these tracking purposes, if this is possible. For example, you can add data tracking equals true, as you can see in the example, as an attribute to the elements, and it will provide more robust and maintainable solution. And regarding regex, try to use less specific regular expressions combined with the additional logic in the script to identify the elements. For example, you can match a more general pattern and then use a JavaScript to further filter the matched elements based on the on additional criteria. This is another example. And as you can see, I don't know if you can see, let me zoom in, but uh, depending on the order you choose the check boxes here, it will be gathered in a different way, in a different order. Barnes, in this example, you see the order change, and at the moment of the to analyze this kind of information, is going to be impossible, because the variations are huge. You see the amount of different checkboxes, so it leads to inaccurate statistics, and you need to process the data to be analyzed furtherly. One of my suggestions or good practices alternative is to track them, as you can see in the lower side of the slide, uh, implementing a JavaScript function variable that could fetch every single element individually, and so that's advisable. Now let's jump into the cookie consent and GDPR, because here we made an interesting study, but let's talk about the GDPR, because GDPR put us in big challenges in the analytics and marketing ecosystems. First of all, how to implement correctly, that's uh, that's a big question, and how to interpret the law at the moment to make an implementation. That's some of the questions that our customers are struggling with. And some companies refuse to get rid of bad practices, and probably because the analytics tools force us to adapt ourselves to the tools and not the opposite way. That makes it difficult. And the granularity of the data make it difficult for an experienced implementator to do it correctly and to do it right. And on the other hand, the customer has the last word, and at the end you just do what you are getting paid for, and that's sad. But that's the situation we are facing now. So we took the time to go through different to we went through different municipalities and make an exploratory study. around the municipalities in Sweden, and we found these results. But it's important to take into account that this is not a random sample, first of all, and obviously this is not a conclusive data on the current state of compliance with data protection laws in the country. But we took a sample of 118 municipalities. We used this tool, the European Data Protection Board tool, which is quite good. As I'm saying, this is not a random sample, and the numbers here are not conclusive, but we found that 92% of the municipalities doesn't compliant with the GDPR regulations. Only 22% of the municipalities were compliant. And some of the examples, so some of the we found are, for example, that you've been tracked before you consent, as you can see in the upside left. Um, you have the the acceptance banner, but you are being gated, you are being tracked. Other example is that they place cookies before any consent is given, which is not desirable. Or in other cases, just they inform you that we are using cookies, take it or leave it. So that's the kind of attitude you can conclude from this kind of setup. This is some of these are the results. Uh, 20% of the municipalities tracks you before consent. 17% or 18% almost place cookies without consent and no cookie banner. 14% place cookies without consent and informs you about the use of cookies. 14, the same amount, place cookies without consent despite the cookie banner. So you deny the cookie banner, they are placing cookies after all. Only 8% doesn't track you. 6% tracks cookieless if you refuse cookies, which is I think is unacceptable. You refuse cookies, you don't need to get cookies at all. 6% or 7% almost has a good cookie handling. 4.2% tracks cookieless, and lower amounts use informative cookie banner implementation errors, and only 1% you find that you can't revoke the consent. But as I'm saying, these are not conclusive data. But it's interesting to take a look to it. Let's talk about the other problem I found is that because many content management systems provides the possibility to bake the pixel codes, they believe this is the correct way to implement pixels on your sites. And we have to keep in mind and advise our customers about the correct way to implement this kind of pixels. Every single pixel has to be fired, triggered by Matomo or the analytics tools you are using. So keep in mind that don't forget to fire your scripts using Matomo Tag Manager. And this is really important at the moment of the cookie compliance implementation, because some of the people doesn't know the flow about the compliance, how Matomo, the Matomo way, simple as that. This is just one part of the implementation of the cookie consent in Matomo. We are not showing the required cookie consent part, but it's important to understand how the Matomo way. It, just that as that. And now let's jump into the event hierarchies to keep the line in your reports. And let's take a look to this implementation, this report, event report. As you can see on the right side is oh sorry. Mm, this report is probably aimed to UX designers or IT specialists or developers, but you are losing other members of the or end users in the platform. We have to keep in mind that who are our stakeholders again. We are losing the information, how this information is going to be interpreted by the digital marketers or marketers, or for C-level executives, or for legal teams or sales teams. This is not this is difficult to be interpreted by these kind of colleagues. So keep update your tags and your triggers and the event categories, because you are losing the main point of an analytics tool. Matomo is shipped with a high flexibility, so have this into account at the moment you implement. Remember who are your stakeholders. Let's take a look to the language granularity. This is a good example of overuse of click text events. As you can see, we have this is from a menu, an example from a menu where which is being clicked by different kind of populations, and you get splitted results in your reports. So and this is not desirable at the moment to analyze the data. So you need to be consistent at the moment to show the data in your reports. And one suggestion to solve this problem could be using data attributions, as you can see in the right side. But if you have no access to the source code, you can create a custom JavaScript variable in Matomo, in Matomo Tag Manager, that returns an standardized ID for each menu item based on the position of or the name. Then you can track the user language. Use a variable that captures the user language setting on your website. This could be retrieved from a cookie, from a meta tag, or directly from the URL if it contains the language parameter. You can configure then the event tracking tag in your tag configuration, as you can see in the left side. Set the event category with the menu identifier and the user language identifier as well. So that could helps you to get rid of these kind of reports in your events. Then regarding marketing campaigns reporting, is really important to keep a good hierarchy in your parameters. This is a good example about how to gather the information using your UTM or MTM parameters, whatever you use. The source for this hierarchy is in the screen. And this is one of the most common errors I found in marketing reporting campaigns. So please be aware about it, because a bad report leads to bad and mistrust of the data. So keep in mind this. Let's talk about logs and reports. This is another common example. The video in the website generates large volumes of analytics data, which can clutter the reports and make it difficult to see meaningful insights. This is a common issue when media elements like video are on autoplay and have extensive interactions that gets tracked. So no, not all the media analytics are meaningful for us. Set up event tracking rules to only capture the significant interactions. Instead of tracking every second, consider tracking every significant milestone. For example, if you know that your video shows the most important message, so just track the every 10%, for example. So this spams your analytics. So just take the media analytics that is meaningful for your stakeholders. Let's take a look to more to another problem that I found using Matomo together with Google Ads. This is for the for marketing people. They probably understand what I'm talking about, but here the key point is that you are gathering the G-Click, Google Click ID, G-Click ID. I don't know how to pronounce it, but okay. This is the problem. Let me zoom into the you see the campaign names here, the products, the campaign medium, and the campaign source that is being tracked correctly. And the big problem is that when you use auto tagging, it adds a question mark in this way. Let me see. It adds a question mark on, before the G-Click ID by this form, and because it has already a question mark here in the beginning of the UTM parameters, you get twice two question marks, which gives you a campaign name that is quite misleading. As you can see, it's being gathered in a wrong way. In this other example, we are not using YesLead or Click ID. So you are gathering right information, but not using the ID, the Click ID. And in this one, you are gathering only the Click ID, but not the UTM tags. So that's not desirable for Matomo conversions or Matomo campaign tracking analysis. So there is more information in Google regarding the use of this Click ID. Yeah. Let's talk about to keep clean reports using parameters. So we need to avoid using unnecessary parameters. In this example, we are gathering sessions expired and sessions information. So you get use the excluded parameters to get rid of this kind of reports, because it's just noise. It's not useful for okay, if you are a developer, it probably is meaningful for you, but not for your stakeholders. Most of your stakeholders are not going to analyze this kind of data. So keep the separate reports, or keep filters to get clean your reports. Save, as an advice, save almost 2 hours in your tracking plan to set up these kind of filters. It will deliver cleaned reports and a better use of the resources, as well as the understanding of your analytics. Well, that's all from my side. Some questions, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Alfonso, for your conference. I'm looking in the chat if we have any questions. So no questions yet. So maybe I'm gonna do exactly like for Thomas, trying to cook you a little bit in order to, let's say, length probably the next 15 minutes so that we can finish at around 11:45. So I'm gonna take, let's say, my hats that I have at Matomo as a customer experience manager and customer success manager, because your conference is a lot about psychological aspect, and I would like to know more from your perspective. What would be, let's say, the top three main psychological barrier that the end user coming from Google Analytics is facing when they are looking at Matomo? So here I'm more talking about your personal feelings and personal guts, but more about what you are seeing on the field with the specific persona that have been forced, let's say, to switch from Google Analytics to Matomo, either Universal Analytics or GA3. But let's imagine that's our ideal persona here. What are you seeing on your side, or any other personas? But that's the one I have in mind. What are the top three main psychological barriers that they are facing when looking at Matomo for the first time?
That's a really good question. One of the psychological studies when you could be applied to this topic you are taking up, and that's the way we gather food. And when you go to a new supermarket and you are trying to find a simple toothpaste or something, you go around and around until you find the toothpaste. And this is almost the same problem when you have a new platform. The platforms, as I'm saying in one of my slices, is that you get lost. You don't know where to find the information, and you need to adapt yourself to the tool in terms to deliver a good product, a good implementation. And the problem in the beginning wasn't that high like now, when Google is trying to make a big change in GA4, trying to rename some well-known terms in the analytics environment, trying to rename some events and topics, and trying to make you to create your own conversions, and so this is one of the main problems. Some of them in the beginning move quite fast to Matomo, and when we help them, is always necessary to offer a course to understand the tool and where to find the tools they get used to in the other platform. That's a challenge when we are using we are moving from uh, Google to Matomo. Other challenge is, for example, when you try in e-commerce, for example, some of the tools are not in the place you get used to. For example, when you let's talk about abandoned carts. Abandoned carts is to get abandoned carts, you need to hover the lower side of the report to get the icon visible for you. This is another challenge. We need to think more UX minded, because it creates frustration at the moment of the to use the tool. I don't know if there are some UX designers here among the public, but it will be desirable to get their inputs in these topics.
Hmm.
Hmm,
Okay,
yeah.
so anyone who has some design skills, feel free to uh, write any messages in the chat. So if I remember, see, if I make a kind of a summary, the first pain point you will say is kind of what happened in everyday situation, like you move to a new place, you looking for food, and in fact I see it more like I'm in a new place, so let's say Stockholm, I don't know it much, and in order to feel better I will look at the big franchise out there, such as McDonald's, such as the big name, in order for me to try to identify exactly those same features within Matomo, which looks like the one of Google Analytics, because I will feel more comfortable if I find those, and I will start to dig from there. Was I correct?
Yeah, that's true. Another thing that I think could be desirable is to get like this what is the name, this when you start a new user, that you get around the pop-ups, that shows you where to find this and where to find that. That could be a kind of the wizard that navigates through the tool. That could be an interesting tool as well, that I think could be easily or facilitate the transition from one tool to the other. Mm.
Okay. There is a question within the chat from Thomas that I would like to say thank you. Are you using any tools or any templates to design your measurement plan?
Yes, I do. I have my own that's been like updated from time to time, and depending of the needs. But now it starts to look better and more consistent through through my customers. I think it's quite difficult to have in one single template the for example the triggers or the data variables, the no the yeah the data variables together with the code, because sometimes the code is could looks different, but in but is my own Google Sheets or Google or Excel sheet. So yeah, but it's starting to look more consistently now.
Okay, I have 5 minutes left. Can you maybe visualize or tell us about what would be your personal dreaming feature in Matomo? If you had like a magic wand with you and something that you would like to have or to be fixed within Matomo in order for you, I mean, what would be this magical feature?
Well, that so I think a way to personalize the like a kind of dashboard, but where you can from the dashboard could navigate directly to the, for example, events, or to personalize the menus, say, change the name of the menus at your desire. For me, that will be something interesting. Because you can sometimes there are some tools that you use the most, and then some other tools that are not interesting for you. I'm talking, for example, for marketeers, they have their own standing tools along the platform. And for people like Tumas or Jorge, that are more in the performance and the this other kind of debugging or developing the tool, they probably use another tool. So I think that could be interesting to just personalize at least one part of the menus, or have some personalized menu tools.
Okay, thank you. We are 3 minutes ahead of the final time for this morning. I just would like once more to ask to the audience, do you have any questions that you would like to ask to Alfonso? Or Alfonso, do you have any questions that you wish the audience would have asked you today that we can maybe expose and then answer it?
Yeah, I think this part of the Google Ads and Matomo, uh, I I think we need to make the marketeers aware about how Matomo can deliver information, the right information at the right moment. And because some of them, what I heard is that the Matomo is incompatible with Google Ads, and I heard there's some wrong information that Matomo doesn't that Google Ads doesn't retrieve information from Google, but everything can be achieved by correct implementations. And um, and uh, and that we can use Google Ads and Google marketing tools together alongside with Matomo. That's something that I think we need to push more or talk more about, because the end users are marketeers, or yeah, people that needs to analyze the data. We probably in some moments we just fall into this nerdy way to look at Matomo, and get into the performance, and not only performance, but the way we analyze the data, but the compatibility with other tools, and the way to export the data, and the way to to um, to make significant inputs in the data analytics. It's important to talk about, to spread the word about.
Okay, I just have one tiny questions left. So to me, the advertising conversion premium feature of Matomo should be able to automatically recognizing the GCL ID and mapping it as Google Ads provider. Would you say that this plugin is currently not working as expected in the specific use case that you are mentioning?
No, the GCL ID is a hash that only been significant for Google platforms, and it will deserve an integration, a further integration with Google to get that information that it's being gathered. But the GCL ID contains the UTM tags. So if you are using the UTM tags, not the GTM, the UTM tags along with the GCL ID, you are delivering the information to the ads platform and gathering the information in the Matomo side. So yeah, it's probably redundant, but it's necessary at this moment of the for Matomo.
Okay. I will probably discuss it more with you in private messages to be sure that I got it correctly, because that's a hot potato topic, and I wish Matomo is able to help Google Ads user as best as possible.
Oh.
Okay. So then, if that's fine to you, I suggest that we go for the lunch break right now, and we will catch up with each other back at 1 p.m. once more. Alfonso, thank you very much for your contribution to the Matomo Camp event today.
Thank you, Ronan. Have a good one, and hello and bye, everybody.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.
great lunch. I'm super happy today to have Johan Westin coming into stage. So that's the first time that he's going to give a talk at the MatomoCamp. And I really appreciate as well the diversity of the company who accepted to come on stage at MatomoCamp Nordic to come and give a talk. In some seconds from now, it's going to be 1 p.m. So I will leave the floor to Johan in order to introduce the next conference about next level analytics leveraging Matomo for SPA tracking in Next.js. In the meantime, feel free to use the YouTube chat in order to ask any questions you have. Johan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So the topic for this talk is how to do tracking in a single page application, specifically using Next.js. First off, about me. My name is Johan Westin, and I started building web back in 2004. And I've been working together with some Matomo clients, such as Swedish Skatteverket and SL, the one they are running the buses and the trains in Stockholm at Whitespace. And I'm responsible for both small and large installations of Matomo. And I'm very focused on the technology that makes Matomo run, and I'm a huge fan of everything open source. So the topic for today, when we submitted this talk, the idea was to provide the absolute best way to do the tracking, what plugins to use, what plugins not to use, and bring some clarity into it. But the more I researched and dug into this, the more I saw that maybe this isn't really a solved problem yet. And we do have some issues and some great opportunities ahead. So the focus today is, why is this a problem? Why is it so hard to do this correctly? Then we're going to look at some libraries and different techniques that you can use to actually implement tracking on an Next.js or other SPA application. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the future, what might happen, what can we do, how can we improve things. And then we're going to open up for questions or other considerations. So let's talk. Why is it so hard to get right? Well, doing tracking with Matomo on a normal or an older web page, it's usually connected to the page views. And a page view is always a page view, more or less. When having a single page application such as Next.js, or if you're using Gatsby or any other React-based framework, you have page views, and you also have page views that are more virtual page views. You want to send an event to Matomo that there is a page view, but the browser doesn't really know that you have changed the page for the user. You have the same problem if you are doing tracking in a mobile app, for example. You have to decide when are we changing the page and when are we not. In Next.js, we can see that clicking on a link doesn't always trigger a reload if the page is cached, for instance. And we also have problems with the URLs and the titles for the page. The URL isn't always the correct URL. You might see something in the browser that looks like it's correct. You can copy it and you can use it. But when the Matomo script tries to pick it up, it doesn't really get the correct URL for the second page view. So you have to change it by telling Matomo, we are on a different page now. This is the new URL instead. So, and those are usually the main two problems. The other problem is that you get maybe a double registration. You have a method that looks back into the history and says, okay, you changed history, so now we have a new page view. You also have a lot of problems with you're not registering all the page view. You might have you have a registration form and you want a new page view for each step in the form. But the tracking script doesn't know that there is a new step, so you have to manually add those in somehow. And when looking into this, we can see we have 3 different approaches. You can use a plugin for Next.js. There is one right now that is called Matomo Next from SocialGov. I think that is like the French government initiative somehow. You can also add script tags using Matomo's tag manager and try to implement the logic that listens for page changes and history changes that way. You can also create your own implementation and following the guide that you can see on developer.matomo.org for single page applications. And we're going to look into those 3 today a little bit more. So starting with the first one, the Next.js plugin. It's solid plugin. It works great for Next.js, but not if you are using the new app route method. It only works if you are using the old pages route. It uses a method where it connects itself to 2 different events called route change start and route change complete. And those events are not present using that new app route instead. So if you are trying to follow, for instance, using Next.js 14 and follow the recommended way to implement a new site, this plugin won't really work for you. And there are some patches, some pull requests open on GitHub when people have explored the different ways forward, how they can implement tracking still using this plugin. But the problem here is that even when the plugin works, you don't really have support for all the things that Matomo can do. You don't have an easy way to create custom events. You don't have the custom variables and so forth. So you still need to do a lot of manual work. But we can probably make it like an effort and try to add this onto the plugin and create a better version that works better with new version of Next.js. That is probably one very good way forward, or you can adapt it to your specific needs instead. Looking at another way is using the Matomo tag manager together with Next.js. This works by using the history change trigger and the page view trigger in concert with each other. And you can create a Matomo analytics tag within Matomo tag manager. And in that configuration, you can tell it that it should use 2 different variables called page title or page URL, for instance. And you needed to tell it explicitly to execute this Matomo analytics tag when history is changed and when a page view is happening. And you need also to enter into your code at the correct place, call the push event for the page view to trigger it. And you also need to make sure that it doesn't trigger twice, since you are also using the history change. So there is a lot of logic you need to add into the tag manager for this to work. You also need a way to set the custom title and the custom page URL using the API provided by Matomo for this. This can be, it's quite straightforward, but it feels like you have to do a lot of manual work, and it's easy to get it wrong, especially the last part when it triggers twice sometimes. So it doesn't really feel like an optimal solution. Oops. The third alternative, and the one that we have been experimenting with the most, is actually implementing it on your own. Because the basic idea is that you need to load the Matomo.js file and then just call set custom URL, set document title, and track the page view. And this looks at first glance like a very simple and efficient solution to actually getting the tracking done, until you realize that, oh, I want to make sure that the script tag is loaded in the head tag. And I want to make sure that the script tag isn't blocking any rendering. And I need to make sure that the client is running only, the code is running only on the client. And I need to make sure that the referrals are correct, and more. And the list never ends, especially if you are using any premium plugins, because then you need to make sure that those are loaded as well. And that goes basically for all the solutions, that different plugins might make it even more complicated for this to work. If you want form tracking, media analytics, or you are using heat maps or session recordings and all of that. So it's not always as simple as it looks. So what can we do? How can we improve this situation? Are there any way forward? Right now, there is not a really clear way forward for tracking an exit app using the app routing functions. Vercel are doing some very interesting things that they have implemented into the Next.js platform directly, using the third-party Google and how they are setting up tracking with Google Analytics and Google Tag Manager. And I think we need a way forward that gives us the ability to do the same thing, but for Matomo or any other open source tracking platform. And we need to make sure that it's not a foot gun. It should not be a very easy way to do everything the wrong way. And we don't need any more implementations that looks very easy to install and to use, and also looks like they are working perfectly fine until you realize that it's not collecting the correct data or all the data. Another thing to add to that is also that we need to make sure that all the cookie consent and the permissions to actually track the user are also respected and stored correctly. Most sites need a way to make tracking happen, or to block tracking for some users, or even to remove the cookie and do cookieless tracking as well. And I think this is something of a work in progress for us as the community to bring this forward and to try and figure out how can we not be left behind by Vercel or the other competitors that aren't using Matomo or another similar platform. So there is definitely a lot of work to do, but I think we are at like a great point in time where a lot of different organizations and companies are starting to look into this and to see that we need to pool our resources to make this work for Matomo as well. So some links I've been using for this, some references. We have the Matomo's guide. The guide for single page application tracking is quite good. A lot of information about how to implement tracking if you want to do it on your own. We also have the third-party libraries from Next.js, where you can see some examples for how they are implementing using the script tags and the next script tags. That is kind of the recommended way for Next.js to do it. You also have a link here to the issue where you can read about the social gov Matomo Next problem, the pull request. I think it is not an issue. And then we also have the link to the Matomo Next source files. And I think that was the presentation part. And I would like to have more of a questions and answers session. So just write your questions in the chat, and we will try to answer them for you. I see that Thomas has already asked a question. The question is, I would like to help out with making Matomo Tag Manager even easier here. What would be your biggest wish? Well, my biggest wish for making Matomo Tag Manager easier would be a way to share recipes so that one person can do something brilliant and another person can use it in a simple way. We do have the import and export functions for like a version of the tag manager, but a simpler way to import and export a small part, I think, would be a great addition to the tag manager.
Thank you, Johan. So we are way ahead of time, so I think we're gonna keep on continuing the discussion. Here, I think the question of Thomas is of paramount importance. So maybe more on the Matomo side is like, I'm personally identifying lots of ways to improve Matomo Tag Manager. In addition to this big number one thing that you think will be very valuable to have within Matomo Tag Manager, will you be okay to share with us, let's say, the list of all the additional needs that you think will be very valuable within Matomo Tag Manager?
Do you mean like other things that we can do to improve Tag Manager right now?
Yeah, which are very important. So far as I understood, you mentioned the possibility of a community gallery. Am I correct? Which will be able to pick up any custom trigger, any custom tag with, I guess, securities around this. So not only custom HTML, but proper templates in order to speed up, let's say, the production of secure template. And yeah, I just would like this list to keep on going so that I can clearly send this wish list, let's say, to the team internally so that they can have a clear idea about what are the priority from an expert point of view.
I think one big thing on that list should be a more dynamic way to create new tags and new triggers. You have the interface today, but usually when we are working and we have different clients that we are working with, we need an ability to create like a repository of knowledge. It can be a community-based repository where we can share with each other, or maybe even a private repository when you can share with yourself from different sites within one installation, or maybe even different installations. That would be nice. There is also a need for a more robust preview function, I think. We have a lot of issues with the preview functions when you're using different domains or when you are running on a multi-site installation to getting it to work. So that is also something that can be improved. We can see a lot of good examples from other platforms. Another nice thing to have would be more libraries that are already verified and complete for instance, React or Next.js or any other popular platform, where you can just install it and make sure that, well, okay, this is the standardized way to do this, and it's been approved by Inocraft or somebody else that is part of the core development team for implementing it. And it should also have the hooks and the code already ready for all the plugins that you can have with Matomo. All the premium plugins as well would be great.
Would you say that workspaces is not a need then, or where would you put it on the list of priorities for future development for Matomo Tag Manager?
Workspaces, in what way do you mean that workspaces should be a part?
So I'm taking Google Tag Manager as a comparison solution, and within Google Tag Manager you get the workspaces, which to my understanding allows different teams, let's say, to work within one container so that it avoids people to erase the work of others. I was just wondering if on the field you have the feeling that this workspace feature will be very valuable or not.
I think a workspace feature is valuable for organizations with a large number of editors that are in, or maybe, but in my experience and the companies that we have worked with, they don't have that many editors, so they would probably more have a need for like a permission model where you can say somebody can create a new tag, edit the triggers, add some new variables, but you need a specific role to publish it or some specific process to publish it. And maybe you can solve that with the workspace function in some way. It depends on how you build it, I think.
Okay, I'm going to have a very, very silly questions, Johan, but what is Next.js? Because, I mean, so far when it comes to SPA, I heard a lot about Angular, I learned a lot about React, but Next.js, I have to say that as I'm not a developer, I hardly ever heard this name before, and just would like to know if it's an evolution of the two previous that I just mentioned, or
yeah, maybe, of course. Next.js is the React framework for the web. Sounds kind of big, but it's there is this company called Vercel. They have created one of the I think it's one of the larger platforms for using React in a framework right now for the web, because React isn't really the whole framework. So with Next.js, you get the ability to have both front-end code and back-end code in one platform. So you get a way to create the APIs and to do all the metadata stuff and do everything. And they are also it feels like they are erasing the border between the back-end and front-end. You have this hydration process where everything is all the React components are rendered on the back-end side and then pushed to the front-end.
Okay, I'm going to have another silly question, and feel free to tell me, Ronan, it doesn't work this way. But what I'm seeing is like we have a lot of information system which are SPA based system, and is there a common framework that we could use in order to fit your way of tracking Matomo the best possible way for all of those together, or is it for each one you need to be very specific because there are many different SPA technologies?
I think you need to be very specific because all the SPA technologies has their own implementations, and they are working a bit different. If you are using say something based on React, you need to do it in one way, and you can use different routing implementations in your SPA framework, and they will all have their own hooks and their own way of actually making the virtual page view event occur. So
okay. I don't see any other questions, so I'm going to try to ask you several questions. Do not hesitate to tell me if they are not appropriate, but more, let's say, more from a marketing perspective. How do you feel that Matomo is currently evolving in the Nordic market? I mean, is there really? I mean, is it like citizens in Sweden, for example, knows more about IT and then knows that there are alternative or are looking for alternative to Google? Is it because the Swedish Privacy Commissioner has recommended at some point Matomo? Is it because the technological provider on the market, for example, website creators, are in fact pushing Matomo? Because of course, if we have a MatomoCamp Nordic today, it's because there is a blossoming community in the Nordic market, you as well as representing it. And I just would like to know, how is it possible that Sweden and the Nordic countries, let's say in general, are really like taking the lead of Matomo right now? What is happening?
I think one of the big reasons that it has became such large is that many Swedish cities and also some of the government institutions have decided that we don't want any of our data in any data center that is not owned by a Swedish corporation or owned by themselves. And I think the GDPR is one part of it, but we also have this awareness around the whole topic. And I think Matomo is the closest option, or was the closest option for a couple of years ago to Google Analytics that has had the whole market. And when they decided to change to a platform where they could actually take control of all the data, Matomo was the platform of choice. And since then, a lot of companies in Sweden have trying to learn and adopted the platform and are pushing it by responding to tenders and such things to these organizations. I think we are still a bit off in Sweden when it comes to the private sector and the companies. And it might improve there in the future, or we don't really know. It depends on how the legislation changes. I think there is also a lot of companies using Azure and Microsoft services, so the whole argument for owning your own data is weakening, I think, right now. But the idea that you can take control and actually use the data directly is very powerful.
Okay, thank you. I have another question, which is, so Sweden is clearly taking the lead. I mean, we can see it within the organization of MatomoCamp Nordics. I think all speakers are from Sweden. Just would like to know, unless I'm wrong, but to me that's the case. What is happening in Norway, Finland, and Denmark? Is it like, according to you, Sweden, which is leading the way, and then the three other major market in Nordic countries will follow? Or do you think that, or do they have specific laws, or I mean, are you seeing more and more Norwegian clients coming to Whitespace or Finnish or Danish? Yeah, that's my question.
I don't think we are not seeing an increase in those markets for us yet, but we are primarily focused on the Swedish clients right now. So, but we can see some Norwegian people attending today that are using the platform. So I think there are maybe other providers in Norway and maybe even in Denmark that are also pushing for Matomo. It's such an easy platform to install, get started with, if you know a bit about Google Analytics from before, and if you know how to host a Drupal or WordPress site, you can basically host Matomo as well. The problem with Matomo starts when you have a lot of traffic, when you have millions and millions of views every day, then you need something more than just install it and run with it.
Okay. I do have another question. What are the current limitations of Matomo when it comes to the Swedish market? So is it a problematic, for example, with not everything is translated within the Matomo Swedish user interface? I don't know, is the IP address location detailed enough, specific enough? Are the plugins currently available within the Matomo marketplace correspond to the expectation of the Swedish market? This is my question.
I think that was 3 questions. So let's start with the first one. The translation for the Swedish Matomo is quite good, especially since the last one. I think we have been trying to use our resources to help out, providing new suggestions. There is a lot of, at least it was before, where different terms were used in different places in different ways, or maybe Google translated a word directly from English to Swedish without using the correct context and so forth. But I think that has been fixed in Matomo 5. In regards to the IP database, I think it's quite good. There is sometimes issues when people are using like the IP privacy functions on the iPhone can mess things up quite a bit. You can get a lot of weird traffic on your internet from the wrong countries and such things. But one of the more usual things that we have to do is that we are providing an alternate version of the database that is less exact, because some of the lawyers for our clients have said that, no, we don't want to see what city they are from. That is too much. We only want to see the region. Can you please remove all information about cities and so forth? So, and what was the last question?
Yeah, the last question, the question was more about the Swedish market in particular. Yes.
Yeah, and the plugins. I think there is a lot of opportunity in the plugin space to create more plugins, but it's hard for users of the platform that don't use it every day to actually understand what is changeable and how can I, as a user, change the platform. What kind of plugins can I develop using this data that we have? Because that is not, it's easier to make changes to a web page. You can look at your web page and see, oh, I would like to have this picture large and this small. I need a function to read data from this calendar. I think working within the Matomo plugin market is harder because people don't really know what they can ask for. We saw earlier today when Thomas was talking about personal information and like a scrubber for removing it, I think that is a great addition to Matomo to actually be able to take more control over what data gets into the database and how the data in the database is presented. The custom report, the premium plugin, is very useful for many of our clients.
Thank you, Johan. So in the chat, we are having information from Thomas explaining us that there is local software in Denmark, which has large market share, that there is definitely some needs from the Finnish markets as well. Okay. Is there any question you wish you have received today? I mean, Johan, like a question that you would like personally to answer?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I'm gonna try maybe to find one or two last questions in my head. Maybe I'm gonna make exactly the same as I did with Thomas this morning. Do you see any opportunities when it comes to the use of artificial intelligence with Matomo, or let's say specifically with the topic of today that you tackled? Is there any space of improvement thanks to AI that you can see, or any current trends that you can see on the market when it comes to Matomo and AI?
Well, there is this huge AI trend right now happening when everybody's trying to understand how they can use the large language models to interpret their data. And we do have a lot of data in the database that are open for exploration when you have collected it. It's not locked away in some way. But one of the problems we have in Matomo is that the tables in the database are not really structured in a way that we can use them for any AI applications. We have the raw data, but for most of our clients, we can only store the raw data for maybe a month, 30 days, or 60 days, or 90 days, and we don't really recommend to store any more of it. So we don't have the whole picture. And if you want to explore how the data is stored in the other tables in the database, you will see that they are not in a format that is easily accessible. And I think that is a way, it's available through the API, but it's kind of locked in if you need all of it in a fast way. So I think that is a issue for Matomo and in regards to the AI part.
Thank you. Thank you. So there is no questions left within the chat. So if that's fine to you, Johan, I will then go for the break right now. And in 20 minutes from now, we will have the chance of having the next conference from Mika Shiren. I'm sorry, guys, if I'm pronouncing the first name and the family name in an horrible way. That's not on purpose. The conference will be about how to control the bots and save the environment and the hosting bill. Thank you very much once more, Johan, for your presentation today. I guess that if people want to connect back to you, they can easily type in your first name, so Johan Westin, within LinkedIn or anywhere on the internet, or then just contact Whitespace directly.
That is so it was nice.
Thank you, Johan.
Have a great afternoon, everybody. Bye.
Yeah, maybe we will meet each other in MatomoCamp World Tour Edition next November. So the CFP have been open, so you can already send your conference proposal if you are interested in.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. Hi, Mika, can you hear me? Mika, can you hear me or see me? Okay, Mika, can you hear me? Okay, maybe there's something that you can do is like you can maybe just go down the stairs of the stage and then go up, and maybe it's gonna put back the Jitsi on. I guess that would be the easiest way. Or maybe I can try myself. I'm gonna maybe do it. So yeah, if Mika, you can. Okay, so just
is on.
okay. Mika, can you hear me? Perfect. Right on time. Okay, so Mika, I cannot hear you yet, but this time I can see that you are in the same Jitsi as myself. So can you say a couple of words? Okay, so maybe you can share your screen, Mika. Maybe it's me who cannot hear you, but maybe the attendees will be able to see your screen. Okay. Okay.
Ronan.
Hey, Thomas. Yeah, it seemed that
Some sound issues.
Okay.
So he will just reboot his computer. So we'll try to connect soon.
So that's great that we have a physical place in Stockholm in order to help MatomoCamp so that we can troubleshoot the event and that the show can go on. So I don't know, just in order to warm, let's say, the audience up, Thomas, what do you think about this first MatomoCamp Nordic edition?
It's great to be able to do this for a local audience, and I mean personally, I really enjoy the community stuff and spreading the word and sharing knowledge, and I just would like to see it more often, and yeah, I'm happy to participate at any time.
Yeah, that's really going to be the next challenge. So November the 13th and 14th of this year, the idea is to have the World MatomoCamp Tour, which will really, I don't know how I'm going to manage it, but the idea is to start at 9 a.m. CET time and to cover it until 8:59 a.m. of the next day in order to have conference speakers from all over the world, people that we probably have never heard so far, who can really come on stage at a time zone which is totally different. So I have no idea how I'm going to recruit all those speakers, but if it works, I think that would be wonderful. And what is wonderful as well is that Mika just joined us.
And stage, yeah. I'll try to move, maybe, if I can.
Mika, can you hear us?
Otherwise, I'll have to hand over my computer to Mickey, maybe. I'll move. Let's see.
So this is the backstage of MatomoCamp Nordic.
See if Mickey can use this one, and we'll try to find the presentation.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry for this. Since my computer is not acting as it should, so I'm just going to share the presentation to Thomas so I can.
See, and I'll start this one as well. Oh, sorry. Close this one, that one, and then we'll share. There we go. You should have your, maybe you should close your other computer.
Awesome. I leave you the floor then, Mika, Thomas. Once more, thanks for joining and thanks for giving us the possibility to learn a lot from Matomo.
Yeah. Should I start?
Positive.
Yes. So you can see my screen now, I guess.
Yes, it's currently written control the bots, type the environment and the hosting bill.
Yeah. Yes, great. So welcome. I'm not Thomas, I'm Micke. I'm the CTO of Digitalist Open Cloud, and I've been doing Matomo for years before it was called Matomo. And the recent years, I've been created some plugins and also contributed to other plugins. And I'm part of a company called Digitalist Open Cloud, same as Thomas. So I'm going to talk about bots, and they have also could be named scraper or SEO tools or vulnerability checkers or whatever. but I'm just calling them bots, like some automatic thing visiting the site. And according to this, statistics are from Imperva, almost 50% of the visitors today on that website comes from bots. And 32% are bad bots. And most likely there will be even more bots in the coming years. So this is pretty bad that it looks like this. So you need to take control of the bad bots, because they are exploiting business logic and also could scrape all the sites and put up a copy somewhere and do other things, and use your data in a way you don't like the data to be used. One common use case today is like ChatGPT scraping or Byte Spider or something else. So your data should only be shared with the ones you want to share it with. So that's the idea of controlling the bots. So I'm going to talk about the plugin Bot Tracker. I'm the current maintainer of that. I was created many years ago by Thomas Bassett, I think it's his name. And we took it over as part of upgrading the plugin to Matomo 5. So, which bots can be tracked? It's before, if you go back some years, most bots were not using browsers to access the site. Very common today is to use something called a headless browser. So it mimics how it looks and behaves on the site when the bot comes to the site. So they do execute JavaScript, and if they do this, it can be tracked with the bot tracker. And the increasing amounts of bots is going from doing like normal requests to doing the headless stuff, because much of the web today is JavaScript based, so they cannot access the content if they cannot execute JavaScript. So, and if you execute JavaScript, it can be tracked with the Matomo tracking. But also you could use, if you want to do more behind the scenes tracking, you can use the Matomo log analytics and if you use it as it is, it will not work with the bot tracker. But in the bot tracker plugin repo, there is a patch you can use to patch log analytics to get the data into the plugin's reports. So that's a little bit of work needed to get that data if you want to use bot tracker together with the logs. But it's a pretty simple patch to apply. So bot tracker itself is using two ways to identify bots. The first two dots here is pretty the same thing. So you add checks for user agent strings, and they are in the plugin. There are some default bots added. That's the most common bots, more or less, that you can inject with a simple click. But you can also add your own user agent strings. I'm going to show you the UI pretty soon. But also, we added a report called other bots. That's a little bit bad naming maybe, but then we are using the Matomo device detector that's a real good Matomo plugin to get the user agents and compare it with the database for the device detector and see if it is a bot or not. So that's one of the reports you could get with the bot tracker. Here's a little bit how the user interface looks like. So you can add, this is a default bots, but you're adding with the plugin. So, and it's looking for like Amazon bot. Amazon bot is used, we think it's used, some of its use cases of the bots we don't really know, but that is used for training the AI things that Amazon are using in different contexts. Bing bot is one of the good bots. It's a search bot. Ahrefs bot is also one of the good bots because they normally you add doing some SEO research on site and you use that bot. Adding new bots is pretty simple. You just add the name, that it could be whatever, and a keyword. And the keyword is the user agent string that you are looking for. In the repo for this plugin, there are some links to collections of different user agents and if they are good or bad. So sometimes it is like a combination of having an analyze of your logs to check the most common user agents and add them to the bot tracker plugin to track them. And the reason you want to track them could be you don't want to ban them from the site. It could be a good bot like Bing bot, and then you could analyze how often and how many pages it has visited on the site. So tracking bots is not only to find the bad bots and block them later on the server, it's also to find the good bots and see what we are doing on the site. You could add define bots in a file and upload them and add them to Matomo. Is pretty straightforward. With this, the tracking data of the bot track is it's not so much tracked. It's just a visit. So it get like, okay, this has visited once, 2, 3, many times. But also could add some extra stats. The extra stats is you get to know which pages has been visited with which bot. But normally you wouldn't want to track that data for all the bots because it's more or less data in the database that maybe you will not be useful. But for like checking if Google or Bing have been visiting the URLs you want, you could add the extra stats and track them to see that you have a correct, it's working with integration with the search engine. The so-called other bots detection is a configuration that you need to do in the general settings. Then you just enable that, and then it's enabled for all sites. That's no option right now to choose which site you're going to track the bots for. I'm going to add that later on, or hopefully someone will contribute back and add that feature. So it should be pretty simple thing to change. There are some widgets and reports for the bot tracker that are included. So this is I analyzed logs from a client, and this is the bot visits for 1 day. So, and this is like medium sized, or maybe not like a real big site, but yeah. So there is for 1 day. So there's quite a lot of bots visiting the site. And here you see Byte Spider. That's one of the bots that I normally recommend that should be blocked because we don't know what they are doing with data, and it's categorized as a bad bot. It's TikTok running that Byte Spider thing. We think it's used for AI training, or yeah, we don't really know what's doing with the data. So, and you get like reports like this, and all the reports you can also export. So this one you could export for like Excel, and this one you could export as an image. And the extra stats reports looks something like this. You get both the page they are visited and when, and also the use agent string for the bot. The other bots, when we're using the device detector, when using that setting, the one you have chosen are not included in this report. So it's like separation of different kind of bots. And here you can see it's not like so extremely many visits of these bots. And that's because also the default settings that comes with the plugin has the most common bots. So this is other bots, like the name. And some upcoming features I'm been working on is to get a more intuitive way of working with the bot visit and helping the site owners to block them or control them or whatever. So I will add an analyze for the robots.txt file, if that exists, that really should exist on every site, and compare it with trackbots. It's also going to be if you are blocking something in robots.txt and it's still visiting and crawling your site, you know it's a bad bot. We also will have a robots.txt generator and also some classification of bots and separate reports, like for search bots, known bad bots, etc. Yeah, that's it. It's a pretty short one, but I'm going to just take a quick peek in this one. So just to talk a little bit around the subject. So if 50% of the visitors are bots, it also means that you need like maybe not a double size server, but you need more resources to run your site just because of the bots. So if you normally could be like, okay, I know which bots to block, and you do it on the server side, then we don't get the reports of that because they are blocked. But it also could be very good to use the other bots report to see if you get an increase of some special bot that you don't want to visit your site, and then you can block it later on. So, and that would save the server costs, that would save the environment because you don't need so much resources to run your site. So this is very important to, as a site owner, to be both proactive and reactive when you have the data of bots coming to your site, and mostly like new bots, because there are extremely amount of bots out there. So it could be like a hard task to track and stop all the bad bots, because there are new bad bots almost every day at this moment. And with the AI coming big in this also, there's going to be much more scraping of information from the site and doing things with your content and like you don't want them to have access to. So I normally recommend to block the most common AI bots like ChatGPT, Amazon bot, and Apple bot, and the other ones, and ByteSpider. That's really ByteSpider could really take down your site if you are having like a bad caching. So with that, I'm a little bit jumping around here, but so it's a pretty short presentation, but I'm open for questions about bots in general and bot tracker in particular.
Thank you very much, Mika, for your presentation. So we have a question from someone we don't know who it is. His name is Thomas Pearson. Never heard of him. So thanks once more, Thomas. Can you explain, Mika, simply how bots are blocked in a simple way?
So normally, that's simple way is if you have access to your server and could add it to the configuration. If you run an Nginx or Apache, there are simple ways to block user agents in that way. If you use a CDN, there are normally also even settings that you can choose which to block which kind of user agents. But also some of the bad bots are looking into robots.txt, and if you say don't visit my site if you are this bot, they go away. So it's a little bit like use robots.txt to try to have control of a bot's visit, and a combination on also blocking the most bad bots in Nginx or Apache or whatever you are using to serve your site. So yeah, it's pretty simple if you know the user agent. And also that's also one part I'm going to add to the documentation for a plugin, that how you could do it in like which things to use in which cases to block the bad bots.
Okay, I have a question for myself. Actually, I have a lot of them because that's a burning topic. Have you ever think about visitor profile enrichment for people who would like to track bots and let's say send information as custom dimension, giving the name of, let's say, the bot, or finding a picture in order to represent the company of the bot which is representing it? So let's say consider bots as a real visitor, but just in order to send it to one specific website ID, which is just tracking bots. Because so far, every time that I'm seeing the use of bot tracking, it's mostly for bot tracking exclusion rather than bot tracking inclusion. I think in the log imports, we only have a feature to exclude the bot, but not to include exclusively the bot and exclude the visitor, so that we can get one specific website ID for bot tracking only.
Yeah. I don't really follow the question, sorry.
Sorry, the question is like, have you ever considered creating a filter but to exclude all the visitors except bots in order to track only bots in one single website ID? That's my question.
Yeah. Yeah, that maybe could be done in some way, but it's also it's really like you don't want the data of the bots to be mixed with the other data. So it's I think separation is good, and just to I think that the way bot tracker plugin works is like it's just excluded.
Okay.
So you get the reports for the bots, but when a bot visit come, it doesn't get included with the other data. So there are other ways to also control this. You could also add like reports for tracking behavior if the visitor in a short time frame is doing like this a lot of pages. This could be a bot.
Okay.
So that's also a way of doing it.
Okay, but more from a CTO perspective, do you think that there will be kind of an easy way in order to say, okay, just include me only the bots in this given website ID and exclude me the real visitors?
Yeah, I think looking at what we can do inside Matomo today, that's a lot of things you could do, of course. But I think this how bot tracker plugin is doing it is just one solution. So the other solutions are also valid, of course. But yeah, I don't really know how I should have done that, because I'm not that kind of user of Matomo. I'm most like back-end user. So maybe Thomas or some other working for us has some ideas around that, but I don't really know how to do that.
No, no problem. I was just more thinking, like, when you are dealing with SEO or that kind of thing, you are sometimes interested in just knowing what the bots are doing, and there are bot tracking solution already out there. So the idea was just to think about it. So you show us a plugin, which is the bot tracking community plugin. I just wanted to know, because at the end you are mentioning improvements. So are you doing a fork of the plugin? Are you creating your own plugin? Is it are you contributing with the existing plugin to it? I just would like to know, because as far as I remember, when I studied this plugin in particular, it was saying something like from the developer of it, like, hey, I'm just working on the free time on this given plugin. I don't have much time to make improvements, and I'm just wondering about, are you collaborating with him, or is it feature that you're pushing?
I've taken over it because they didn't have time. So it's all the development is done by us.
Okay.
So we took over it in December, I think. So it's not a fork. It's the plugin you find on the marketplace is one that we are demonstrating.
Wow, that's super neat. I did not know that. Thank you for contributing with another member of the community. There is one given feature that I would be interested in knowing about, is like, have you ever think about, so when you are a web hosting provider, you are most of the time charging your end user based on number of hits or the number of actions they are performing. Would you have you think about a KPI in order to say, overall, these existing bots which have been recorded cost you that amount of hits or something like this?
Not really. We're it's like when we exclude the bots from the normal data, the amount of resources that's needed to be used for presenting reports for the other parts is not like, this is just some tables that has some data, so it's not so heavy on the resource thing. It could grow, the tables could grow endless if you have that amount of bots, but we also should have like this kind of data should also be short-lived. and you can. I'm going to add like a feature just to clean up empty old data. So it's not like so heavy on the resource side.
And in fact, I have another one, but which is linked to this one, is like, have you ever considered about having a KPI which is indicating the carbon consumption that the bots are taking out of it? So that's as well.
I'm working on that.
Oh, okay.
Because it's a little bit tricky. Because you for bot you could have like every request is like a resource, but also it's like a request could be big. So you because it's like loading a page with a lot of images and a lot of other content. So you need to have the size of a page and what kind of resources are on the page, like a video on YouTube. That's not your emission, but it's YouTube's emission, like that kind of stuff. So, but also I'm using this is maybe going to be an add-on in general as a plugin, and maybe a premium plugin. I don't know, because the amount of time invested in this could be a lot. Because it also need to use like scientific data and compare it with like which this server is this running on green energy or not, and so it's a very complex task to get it like right. But you could also do like the amount of bot traffic, like and the amount of normal visitors, and you could do the comparison there as a simple KPI. But yeah.
Okay, thank you. I do have another question. Have you seen any new trends in terms of bot behavior? I'm saying this because you mentioned, I think during the conference, that it was kind of easy to identify that the number of actions is getting really high for one single individual, which means that high chances that this is a bot. But have you experienced some nasty, let's say, spam bot behavior, such as injecting just one single very complicated action, for example, an abandoned card with, I don't know, 30 products within it? Have you seen such strange behavior coming from potential bots at all?
Not really yet, I would say, but it could be like, imagine also like bots create strange URLs and they have like a huge amount of a long string, but also they are so the URL are long and they have like weird things in them. Then it's also maybe could be bot, but in general, I haven't seen that kind of behavior, but I will expect it. So I think it's okay.
I'm currently looking at the chat and I cannot see any questions left. Same question as all the speakers. Do you have any questions that you would have expect to come from the audience that you didn't have today, that you would like to ask to yourself and answer it?
No, I haven't thought about that. Sorry.
I'm doing my best.
Just nervous having a presentation. That's enough.
No problem. I understand. Then in this case, thank you very much, Mika, for everything that you are doing for the community. So maybe just as a conclusion, maybe you could mention the different community plugins that are available from you on the marketplace, because it's true that people may not know your expertise or who you are, but I know that you are a great community member of the Matomo community.
Yeah, we can do that. That's not mine, that's Jorge's. I talked before. So the plugins we are, let's see if I can find one of them. Blah, 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 blah. Center. Oh, this one.
Yeah, it has been released recently.
I do recommend not using Sentry though. You're using glitch tip steps. That's open source totally. But there should be some link. Yeah, more from this develop. Yeah. So this is the 5 plugins that we actively work with and contribute to the community. It's a bot tracker that we've taken over. User console is a terminal tool to extend what you can do with the user from the terminal. Extra tools is a little bit the same, but more for like installing Matomo, taking backups and other stuff. I'm adding like a bunch of features to that when I have time to work on it. So it's like an expanding tool. Tracker domain is used for when you have tracking on one URL and dashboard on another URL. So it's just a simple JavaScript plugin that injects the domain for the tracker. And the Sentry plugin that we have taken over, that sounds like errors inside Matomo from JavaScript or PHP side to a Sentry compatible backend. Could be glitch tip, could be Sentry, whatever. So that's for error tracking inside Matomo. So these 5, we have some other ones we're working with that are not listed yet, but will come. So our main focus to contribute back to Matomo is to do plugins.
Awesome. So thank you very much for all your work and conference, Mick. I wish you a great day and hope you're enjoying MatomoCamp Nordic. So let's go now for a 20 minutes break, and we will continue back MatomoCamp with the next conference about plugin development with Jorge Carvajal. Thank you. it's going to be 3 p.m. On your clock. Consider that you can start. So let's say it's going to be live in. It's live already, but you can start to talk in 20 seconds from now. I wish you a great conference, Roy.
Right. Just a question. No, never mind. I found it.
Just tell me.
No, I was just wondering about screen sharing, but I found it.
Oh, okay, no worries. Have a great conference.
Yeah. All right. Oh, okay. The church bells are ringing. It means it's time for me to go. My name is Jorge. I go by the alias of Georges. I've done a bunch of presentations at MatomoCamp over the years. I'm sitting here at the beautiful Digitalist office in the central Södermalm, south part of Stockholm. I don't work for Digitalist. I used to do that many years, but I've been running my own business for almost 2 years now. I partner up with Great IT. I run their privacy department and head of operations. Been doing that for 6 months in their incubator program. Let me share my screen and we can get started. Just which screen should I share? Okay. There's a lot of noise outside here because it's a graduation day for students, so they are blasting their music. So if I get distracted, it's probably because of all the partying of the youngsters outside. Well, I'm going to talk about Matomo plugin development, and all of you who have seen my previous presentations know that I like to deep into live demo, so nothing unusual today. I will continue doing that. It's an honor to be here at MatomoCamp again. It's an honor to know so many enthusiasts in the community. Talk to Ronan occasionally. I meet up with Thomas here and there. So I've been around in the Matomo community for quite some while. So people start to know me. Well, first of all, I'm mostly a dad. I have 3 kids, and it takes up a lot of my spare time. When I'm not with the kids, I'm originally a computer system scientist. I'm also a football enthusiast. I work with data privacy and data management for many years. I have a passion for privacy and data integrity, or data sovereignty too. I have about 12 years of experience. The years are going by now. I think maybe 14 years of experience in the IT department. And past probably 7 years or so, I've been working with Matomo almost exclusively. I'm an open source enthusiast, like everyone else on the previous talkers here. I'm also a contributor. I have contributed to Matomo. I have also published my own open source plugins in the Matomo marketplace. I have the data export plugin, for example, which currently holds, I think, around almost 3,000 downloads. And yeah, a funny quote was, I was talking to my cousin and he was wondering something about what to do, or like, I know a lot of things, and I told him, yeah, I know a lot about everything, which was in Swedish we call it a frog, a groda. You said a groda, but it's I've never specialized in anything. I'm a generalist, so maybe I don't know a lot about everything, but I tend to know a little about everything. I have led Matomo teams. I have led the Matomo team here at Digitalist and at my own company and at Great IT. So I'm an experienced Matomo leader, one might say. I'm also a certified Matomo master trainer. I do training courses for vocational training programs here in Sweden. I'm in the leadership group for IHM Business School and TUC Yrkeshögskola, and I have held courses at Medieinstitutet. And I work with clients all over the world. So if I look tired, it's because I've been up all night working with my American clients until 2 a.m. Yeah, and I speak a lot of languages. I'm fluent in Swedish, English, Spanish, and Finnish. So if you want to ask me questions in your preferred language, go ahead and do so. You have my QR code, just scan it, hook me up at LinkedIn. And here we go again. So developing a Matomo plugin for whatever reason that might be. Over the years, I've seen a lot of plugins coming, or recent years, I have seen a growth in the amount of plugins coming out in the Matomo marketplace, which is great for the community. There's a lot of contributions, and all of you who work with open source knows that that's how you get the community involved. But the first things first. So when you develop your plugin, make sure you enable your development mode. So this is going to be a technical talk. So if you have questions about more soft values, you of course you can ask me after. You can ask me anything after. And Rona, you just shout out if there's any questions while I'm going, because I'm going to share my screen. I won't be looking at the comments. Matomo comes packed with features to scaffold a plugin, which is great. So you don't have to think a lot about how to get started. You just have an idea for your plugin, and then you just start coding, and everything you need you will find in the console command. But make sure you have development mode enabled, or you won't see all the availabilities for commands. So let's go ahead and create a new plugin. And I'm gonna switch to my development tools Let me just. I've been like when you watch a baking program on TV. I have prepared some for you. I will just do it like that. Start fresh. And since I'm using a Docker environment, I will just wrap my commands into Docker commands. But so first of all, you want to create a new plugin, and I'm thinking about sometimes you need new dimensions into Matomo. This is because I have it fresh in my memory. I've been helping my client with getting some dimensions in that they were not satisfied with some reports. Let's say the channel reports for or like referrals or campaigns or whatever. They're used to Google. They migrated from Google to Matomo, and they want to speak the same language, the terminology or whatever. So they wanted another like a custom dimension. So I've been helping them with developing that plugin. So let's go ahead and create a new dimension plugin. New dimensions. And just select the default here. And this will scaffold our skeleton for our new dimension plugin. And then what you want to do after that is to make sure you activate your plugin. So go ahead and copy paste that. And what I usually do after my presentations, I will share the code on GitHub. I will share the links. I will share them to you here on the screen. If you're watching this at a later point, you can go back here and look at my screen. I don't know, maybe Ronan can put these also into the MatomoCamp description of this talk, or maybe I can change that. So there's a bunch of gibberish here, but I will update it as soon as I get some time over. So let's just continue. The reason why I'm using Docker is because the new MacBooks with M3 chip it's a hassle to get your local environment working as you want. But if you're using Docker, you don't have to worry about that. So you can just, I'm running an Alpine Linux. Most of my development things you can find in my GitHub, like how to set up Matomo, if you want to do that. There's also a, let's see if I have, I will move this repo, but right now it's here, Matomo Dev 2, if you know, so maybe it's not public. I'll share it later. Okay, and we're already 12 minutes in, so I need to speed up or I will not have time to finish everything. As you can see here, I have, let me share some other windows. So I scaffolded the plugin files. If you go to developer, you can follow this guide. You have a lot of information here. If you're like me, you want to jump straight into the code, maybe you will skip reading through all these parts. But I tend always to get back here. And there's recently it happened a lot of things in the documentation. But some of the things are outdated. So that's why I usually give these plugin development presentations so that people can follow along. We have nothing here yet because I just scaffolded my plugin. We can see that it adds a README file. It adds the plugin JSON where you have your version number. You have the default plugin file, which is used for all the hooks, basically. But there's nothing else here. So to be able to see something, you would want to perhaps generate a controller. And then you just type in your plugin name, and then voila, you have a controller. This will generate the controller file. It will also add the template file here with the basic information. And now we can go to our plugin page. Action, yeah. So the default action for the controller is index. Well, I'm just going to change this site ID to ID2, which is my demo site. And that's fine. So we should have our basic view here. It doesn't look pretty, but we can work with that. Perhaps.
Jorge, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we cannot see your console code or anything that you are typing. We can see only the dashboard of Matomo at the moment.
Oh, that's funny. Let me change. Oh, okay. Well, I will share the all the commands that I have typed in. Window. Entire screen. This one. Oh, okay. That's what I was doing wrong. Okay. Now I hope you can see. Yeah, I can see myself switching screens. So okay, that's fine. So what I did here, I've scaffolded the plugin, generate plugin, new dimension plugin, and then I activated my plugin. I created a controller, and this generates the template file, which gives me this. Now we want to go ahead and slide.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jorge, but I think we cannot still see it. So currently we are seeing, so there is a 5 seconds delay between the image in YouTube and what you are showing. And so currently we see your webcam, we see your face. Some minutes ago, we are seeing the dashboard still of Matomo, but still no code.
Okay.
Okay. Now we can see the code.
Oh, sorry. Now I just let me share again. I stopped the screen sharing. The curse of the live demo strikes again. You see my code, my visual code now?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so the first thing here I would want to do probably to change this dashboard to maybe extend the layout instead. Spelling layout is optional. And this should give me a prettier view. There's a, when you're using the layout, you actually need to include some stuff. So what I do usually is that I will go to demo here, and I will just look here. Let's see if we can find something. Okay, page description is missing. Let's, okay. For the purpose of this demo and that my time is running out, I will just use another layout. I will use probably the admin view. And if you change to a admin template, you will also actually need to extend the admin controller. Let me check here, just my notes. Here we go. Controller admin. You see here we have the admin page, but maybe we want to add our plugin to the reports here. To do that, we need to actually create a widget first. Generate widget, new dimension plugin. Just name it new dimensions. If we want to live under the visitors, we just type visitor or and so on and so on. I want to, however, create my own category. And then we have scaffolded new files here, or a new file. Not this one. This is my notes. And a lot of comments on what everything does. And here you set the category ID to new dimensions. That could work. This is a string right now, but it can actually also work as a translation key. So if you don't have a translation file, you can just add one manually. Set the category ID. My awesome cat. Yeah, it's already in there, so I don't have to add anything. Let's try this out. Let's see if I just hit save there. It's gonna close down some. And now we have our own dashboard here. And you can go ahead if you want. You can change that layout to use not this one. What was the name of it? New dimension plugin. Right now I'm rendering just some basic HTML, which is good. This means we can attach to a view. So we want to add a front end view. So let's go ahead and do that. This is my cheat sheet. Generate view component. Generate. let's go here and just generate a view component. It will ask me the name of my plugin, the component name, let's say report, what do we call it? Report main. This will be the main component. So Matomo has yet again generated or scaffolded our files here. Just change the name here to what did I call it? Dimension, new dimension component. Okay. New dimension component, and then we want to go back to our widget. Just change that to, I don't remember exactly. I will just try this and see if it works. Just type nothing here. Oh, when you're generating, when you're working with view files, you want to also have the auto compiler. So let's go ahead and do that. Then I'm just gonna check the node version first, because I know that Matomo, I'm running the latest version, but I know for a fact if you go to my GitHub IO page, you will see I have some blog posts about Vue here, and I want to see which version Matomo is running. I will just double check that if nothing updated yet. So I will just go ahead and type nvim use version 16. And then view build new dimension plugin. New dimension plugin. I will also add a watch flag so that it doesn't stop. What this does, it will take the src code and it will, if I didn't add the watch flag, it will create a dist folder with the files. Usually I get some output here. No, I don't. I don't know why. Let's hit save. No, nothing. Oh, wait, yeah. So I'm running this outside of my Docker environment. Of course, npm install, and while that is running the install in the background, I will continue. I will generate a menu. So let's go add a new window so we don't waste time waiting. Docker compose, I want to generate a menu item. Generate. Of course, it's not a grep. So let's say I want to add a menu to the top here. I would just generate that. Generate menu. New dimension plugin. New dimension plugin. I got a new menu file here. And I will add this new dimension and my top item. This is also a string or a translation key. Let's check if it's in there. It's not, so we need to add it manually. My top item. This could say new dimensions. Yeah, that'll be fine. I hit reload. I refresh the site. I mean, because of Docker, it just takes a couple of seconds. And there's my new dimension plugin. Let's check. The default action is the index. So if I press this one, new dimension plugin, it should take me to my index page, which is now a admin page. But I want to this one, new dimensions here. There's nothing yet. Okay, let's see if it's done. Okay, let's hit that again. I'm just ignoring all the warnings because it will take too much effort to fix all of this from my side. Wait a second. I don't know if I have installed everything with Composer. Let's do that first and then watch again. Usually it doesn't take that long. So while we wait, we will explore other stuff. Basically, what I want to do is to show you guys how to add reports here in the widget. So let's go ahead and get some data. Let's say we want to show a table of all the custom dimensions, let's say. This is just an important notice is that you should always check the access levels, especially if you have a function that is public. That means it could be publicly available from outside of Matomo without logging in, let's say. Okay, now we got an error, which is better than nothing. Report main view. Unexpected token, why? Let's go ahead and remove that. It's because of ES lint. It's nothing we want to worry about. Just gonna check if we have any comments. Nothing. We can build our logic. Meanwhile, it's trying to generate those files. So we have, what else do we have? We have API, we have archiver. If you're building a report that has a lot of log data, you want to archive it for faster loading in the dashboard. We can also generate commands for the CLI. So you can extend the console commands That's a cool feature. I can show you that. Generate command. New dimension plugin. Let's say list dimensions. Okay. Now we got a commands folder with list dimensions, and you can see here that it's extending the console command. And then this is a new dimension plugin, list dimensions. It's generated everything. So if I run this command, I will list dimensions. Okay. Console. And here's the name of the command. New dimension. And you see the output here. It doesn't necessarily give us what we want, so maybe we will actually go do something. Let's see if we want dimensions. We would do, okay, we do some fake data. From this, what you want to do is to create a table, data table, array of things, add rows. So let's go ahead and copy paste. There's an easier way to do this. Let's see. I have done this before. Let me check. Here we go. Commands, and we want to list custom dimensions. I'm just gonna so this is actually how Matomo does it. So I will just do this here. I don't think I have any custom dimensions, or maybe I have. I don't remember. Okay, it's complaining about we need to use another class here. ID side. Let's hard code this into ID side 2 because that's my demo side, or at least I think it is. Format custom dimensions. And now we want to add it to a data table. So we have an array of arrays. So we're just gonna pick the first row and get the keys. So we have row headers. And then we're not gonna sort anything. We're just gonna output this directly in the console. Oh, look at this. I do have a custom dimension. So we have something useful here. So if I distribute this to the marketplace, anyone can use this command now and list all the custom dimensions with a single command. To optimize this, the logic shouldn't be in here. Maybe we want to add it in, so we can reuse it, because the data table is works for the API. It works also for if you want to render something. You can manipulate the data. You can output it in your templates. And you can use it with your view when you're fetching your data through the API. So we want to centralize our logic. So we have plugin to restructure here. If you need guidance on how to structure your plugin, where do we want all of our logic? The DAO, it's data access object. This is where you build in your fetch from the database. Model. You can use libs, third-party libraries. You can add screenshots, and you should do that when you want to distribute your plugin, when you feel accomplished with and you want to distribute your plugin to the community, you want to add it to the marketplace. There's a guide on how to do that. You just need to follow it bit by bit, and it will, when you push or make a new release in your GitHub account, it will automatically notify Matomo their hooks that it will create a new version and update the code. You just need to make sure you follow the rules for the code of conduct. And also you can add everything in Markdown files. It took me a while to figure out that there's a when you're using the Markdown, it will only take everything between the first, I think it's 2 hashtags. Yeah, the content between the first 2 hashtags and the next 2 hashtags. But if you're using H3, 3 hashtags, then it will keep it in the output, which is nice because that way you can have more information here. Or you can add screenshots, or if you want to add more documentation or FAQ, our plugin command has generated a folder called docs with the FAQ and the index, where you can put in more documentation, and this will show up here in the documentation and the FAQ. Okay, let's see if we have anything here. You may additionally, didn't I remove those? Huh. This is the first. The core home. Sometimes I actually have to first, before I do anything, I have to build core home. That's where all the logic for the view exists. If you need help on how to build something, I usually go to the view core home. I will just look here at whatever component I want to use. A common one would be the field, which is not here. There's also under the core home, you have core plugins admin. And you have more stuff in here. Form field is a common one. I use this a lot. If you don't have to make everything from scratch, because you have a lot of things here and you want to be what you call it, consistent with the Matomo UI, in case anything updates or whatever. If Matomo decides to change the color, you will also follow their branding. Another way to look at how to build your components, it's when you have development mode enabled, you have ability to look at the Morpheus demo, the UI demo. This is pretty neat. Gives you everything you need for following the guidelines for branding, or you don't want to create your own components like buttons or what else? Icons. So Matomo comes pre-packed with a lot of icons. You could add your own icons if you want to. I don't think I have ever done that. There's a part missing here because it's not rendering. I don't know why. Didn't I? Oh. Yes. Sometimes I will add watch. It's more forgiving. Anyways, I'll make sure I will share the links for how to develop a Matomo plugin. If you have more questions, you're able to reach out to me. You have my QR code in my presentation. If you want to find me in any social media platform, it's Georges. I'll type that out here. And it's spelled a bit differently than gorgeous because of that was the one that was available when I created it. So LinkedIn or Twitter or whatever, just look for me with Georges. I just wanted to put that out there before Ronan stops me from talking. Why am I getting errors? Did I miss something? Oh, Matomo came out with a new release the other day, Matomo 5.1.0. Maybe that's why. I don't think so. Let me just see. Matomo. I will just remove my files. New dimension plugin outside of the repo. For now, and do a git checkout. do a git submodule then I will just move. Well, after okay. So one of the most important stuff would be the API, I think. Let's just go ahead and generate that. We get an API file, and now we can call our API. New dimension plugin, get answer to life. That would be our URL. And if we want to add parameters, this will be automatically escaped. If you do not wish to, if you want to have raw output, you can use type here. What was it? Can't remember the name right now. Well, you add a doc block here, and it will give you everything unescaped. What else? API methods, data table, like I was telling you. It's pretty neat. You can use this in your console commands, or you can use it in your APIs. And depending on the format, it will output in CSV, JSON, or whatever format you want. Settings. And if you want to generate settings, this is a good one. Generate settings. System user. Let's go ahead. System. New dimension plugin. This will also scaffold the system settings file here. And this will show up in your system settings. Let's go here. Here. Ronan, if you want to stop me, go ahead. I don't know who's presenting after me.
Okay, thank you very much, Jorge. So Mark will present after you, but
This room. So,
yeah, that will be.
Any questions?
So I can't see any questions within the audience, but as we have 7 minutes left, that could be interesting that you introduce us quickly to the last plugins that you released, because you released different plugins recently, I think, including the DB export. And I think that's always nice to give some news to our community about things that we may not have seen on the marketplace, or any tools or features that you develop. But we're going to have to be quick, let's say in 2 minutes, if that's possible to you to make
I
it.
just wanted to mention Matomo finally released something that I've been a part of. You see here the max execution time. I actually was a part, me and Thomas, we were a part of this latest. I've been waiting for this for probably 4 years now, maybe more. And this is a neat feature for allowing MariaDB to have the max execution time, which is great. My plugin, it's the data export. It's data export. You go here, and I have built a bunch of plugins that are not available on the marketplace, but I might actually add some of them. One of them is the new dimension plugin, because I have some ideas for extending features and functionality that are, instead of using like custom reports or the segment builder, you want to add, like in this case with my client, they wanted to have a report with more Google-like referrals and campaign names or whatnot, based on a set of rules for every visit. So that's something I've been building and working on for quite some time. But here, yes, you can download the database. So it will actually dump the database at its current state. And then if you want, you can upload your database. Use this with caution, because this is actually replacing the current database, and you have a bunch of console commands. I don't remember data something data export. If you're running the daily job for backing up your data, yeah, everything is documented in. I will need to stop now so that Mark can set up. He's here waiting for his slot.
Sure. No problem. Once more, thank you very much, Rory. And if the audience has any questions, of course, they can catch up with you on LinkedIn or even through the plugin of the marketplace of Matomo. You will see the name of Rory for the database export. And then after, you can, by clicking on the link, go back to Rory.
Yeah, you can follow my GitHub page also, because I release more stuff on my GitHub page than I do anywhere else. So if you want to see what I'm currently working on, just go here and look at my repositories. Yeah, building stuff with Next.js too. I saw Johan Westin mention that we're doing stuff with Next.js. That's really cool. I love Next.js. I do a lot of stuff with that. Also, just check out my webpage if you want, georges.com. Of course, it's using Matomo.
Okay, yeah, but no problem. We will be able to catch up. Thank you very much, Rory, and we need to leave the floor now to Mark.
Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rory. Cheers.
On.
Hi, Mark, can you hear me? You can. Hi, Mark, how are you doing?
Okay. Is my mic on? Can you guys hear me? Can you
Yeah,
hear me?
we can hear you and we can see you.
See.
Vänta, jag kommer in och hämtar mina grejer.
We cannot hear you, Mark. We cannot hear you.
Testa.
Okay, so now it works.
Uh-huh. Okej.
All good, Mark?
Testar och... Nu hörde jag. Okej, vad bra.
So it's currently 4 p.m. Mark, if you are ready to present, you can.
Ja, varför hörs inte jag då?
Du hörs. Du hörs jättebra.
Jag hör inte Roland. Ska jag bara köra? Okej. Hello everyone. Hello everyone.
Yes, Mark, you can go for it. You are currently
Perfect.
live.
Yeah, good. I will start sharing my Chrome window. Here we go. And then I have my presentation somewhere. Oh, it's over here. Good. Welcome everyone to my it's quite short talk about it's more about structuring your track data in the reports and in dashboards, so that people that are less used to Matomo and tracking in general can actually read it or get something out of it. This is probably or very likely going to be the least technical presentation today, and I think it might be a little shorter than 30 minutes. We'll see. But I'll try to give you some pointers or share how I try to work with my clients to get them the numbers that they want in their work. I'm a web strategist here at Digitalist. I work with Thomas and have worked with other speakers here today. I forget names now. But I've been working with SEO and digital strategy for 14 years or so. I try to see myself as like a product owner together with my clients. So I try to see the best for the client and the end users in all the time. Last maybe 2 or 3 years, I've been working a lot with the Matomo. I've been working heavily with big government agencies such as the Pensions Authority and the school authority as well. Getting up like big KPIs into like readable and actionable dashboards, but also working data-driven with their UX teams and stuff like that. So I've been getting all these tips and tricks to get the most out of Matomo's report features, because not everyone is a professional like Matomo person or a web strategist. Here are some of our clients, but for today we could just focus on having worked with the ones on the left, the government agencies. So today, or now in the afternoon, I'll talk a little bit about tracking in general, and tracking the right stuff, not focusing on everything, making sure that you are data driven also in the actual process of gathering data. We want to see too that the data we get is structured in a way that the one that receives it can use it directly, the way they would like it, the way they are used to use the data. We can translate this into a brief. This is how I work mostly. There's like a group of internal users at the organization. They're not analysts or web strategists, but they need numbers and they want them neatly and not so much clutter. So let's go back a bit to why we track. The usual way of tracking for the web might be to just you deploy a new site or a new feature or new content or on the web, and you just try and make sure that there is measurement on it. So someone will call you and like, oh, do we have Matomo or Google Analytics on this? And then nothing happens with that data, but we keep collecting it. And then there is more proactive web analytics, where you actually, before you even implement the tracking script, you have a plan on what you want to measure and why you are measuring stuff and what you want to do with the data. This is something Thomas has talked a lot about, so you might have seen this before, but I want to lift this. So data has different maturity levels. For a start, you, of course, when you gather data, it gets spit out in the Matomo report interface, and then we have the actual analytics of the data, and then you have insight data. So the value of reporting is that you can actually start analyzing. There is nothing there if you don't have like a goal with the reporting. And then when you analyze the data, you can start creating different insights. So that could be answers to hypotheses or and then when you have insights, you can take data-driven decisions. You can stop or withdraw some feature, or you can say that this works, now we can test the other thing. So what we try and deliver today, what I'm going to show you, is to have the reporting data as close to insights as you can, so that the decision makers in the organization can focus on their job of being, taking management decisions. So there's a measurement plan that we use at Digitalist. This is a lot of text for you guys to see at once. We could focus on the part all the way to the left, the organizational goal and the website goal. When a when someone comes to you and say, we want tracking on this new feature or this bundle of news pages or this new web property, you really need to ask if they have worked out any like website goals. What's the point of this website, and how does it connect to the organizational goal? And if you could get this down on paper, and if everyone can agree on it, and you could start filling out the actual like metrics and the dimensions in Matomo or maybe in the CRM, and then you know that for each trigger or for each little thing you start to measure, you know that it's connected all the way back to the organizational goal. So it's like a big base or a safety net for you to just thread this needle once, and then you can be more secure about focusing on the reports and the dashboards for the end user, which we'll get to later, because everybody in the organization will get a dashboard that fits them and their needs. And believe me, they have very different needs. Like the different target groups in an organization might be the product owners. Maybe they're closest to me or to us. And they take decisions on maybe A/B testing and deploying new content and stuff like that. Then you have leadership. They just want to see maybe not even all the KPIs, but just one of them, the main one. We have SEOs and content editors that have maybe an interest in just following up that what you're doing is good and where they are lacking. UX, UI, they usually get maybe their own Matomo admin, so they can manage themselves. But it's very good to actually give them a good set of reports and maybe at least set up the events for them in a way that they could read them, because we know Matomo better than them at the beginning. We have communications, ad agencies. Now we're looking more at like the ones that need their dashboard to report on and follow up on what they're doing. Same as strategists and business developers. But when I get this a new web or I try to start implement both Matomo and this huge measurement plan one step at a time, I would like to start by maybe looking at, for example, putting event tracking on say some usual, something that everyone on the company organization always uses. Maybe it's phone clicks or email clicks, or in this case call to action. So perhaps we could have just primary buttons or whatever, and we could put that event into the behavior dashboard. And then I don't know about you guys, but I think the downloads and outlinks reports in Matomo, they are lacking some, like, what do you say, not finesse, but they're lacking the information I would need to dive deeper in what pages stuff are happening on, what the actual click text might be and stuff like that. Because if you want to dig deeper into different downloads or outlinks, because that might be one of your bigger KPIs, then that report isn't really working. It's very hard to do like a deeper analysis of this data. So we try to dress the events with better information. Sometimes we have to create variables to feed into this. I mean, on downloads, it could be that you need the name of the file instead of some huge just number, or we might have to talk to the front-end developers or the one in charge of the design files to add something into links or into download links, so that we can get a nice, beautiful text object to read. But that's part of looking at the demands for implementing the measurement plan, to have this dialogue with the developers. But yeah, this is something that goes with all the event tracking, to try and address the events so that we actually could do analysis and someone on the outside could use it without thinking too hard. And as I said, we try and thread this little needle of why are we tracking this link click? How do we name it so that we could remember it correctly, and how it's always linked all the way back to the organizational goal, so you don't waste waste time and space. So all the metrics that are in your data set are hopefully linked in some way to an area of a business goal or KPI. So then it's much easier to start naming your custom reports or dashboards after this. The example you see here is from MSB, Swedish, I don't know, beredskap in English, but yeah, contingency planning authority. This is about NATO. So the thing about custom reports, instead of just try and teach the users Matomo, is that if you want like all the stakeholders at an organization to learn Matomo as good as you can, just to filter out and create stuff by themselves, they're going to have to get training regularly, and there are new people coming in and stuff like that. So I've been changing my way of work a bit, and just try and work with what they want in the end, the stakeholders. And then from there, it's much easier to just use custom reports and use very good naming standards in the custom reports, so that they can find their own field in there, and just clean out all the clutter that's in the regular reports. So here we could just get hits and visits for a certain event. And let's say you put this in a dashboard next to the page views. It's very easy for them to start getting conversion rates or and stuff like that. And then you could so here's like an example from MSB's Matomo. So they have, first of all, the NATO campaign first in the naming standards, and then for each part or each area, they have a report or each metric. And then if they go further, they have a dashboard where you collect, we go back, where you collect a couple of these into each dashboard. So there's like a common thread all the way from the beginning, where you have like meetings with the stakeholders, and all the way over here when they get this. And then they can give you feedback, and then you can adjust these reports and dashboards with them. So I'm gonna let you look at this title for a minute. We have some clients that like they go really into, so each client is different. Each client have their own KPIs. Some clients don't even like to talk about KPIs, which I like, because sometimes it's just metrics, and a bunch of metrics might make up a KPI, for example. While some clients really want that detail all the way down, so they might want to have a trigger named after the main KPI. This is EM1 is the KPI, and then they also name it in the tags so that it's super clear to follow. And here you see more tags, so they all have respective triggers. And then they all have, maybe I can show you later, but they all have each of the trigger or the tags here have actually like a different goal. And then because of the naming, we could have a pattern where if event category begins with or contains EM1, then just allow goal to be converted. Well, this is not for this one, but for another one. So if you could measure all these goals individually, or you could have like if one user converts one time, that's enough. So they can follow the goals on different levels depending on who the client wants to report to. And here you can see also, as with the MSP, a selection of custom reports. And here is the actual dashboard for EM1, where all these custom reports are. So the measurement plan, let's get back to this. As you can see now, you have links to all these reports and dashboards, but also at the bottom you have different sheets for maybe putting in the KPIs that you got from the client, the funnel steps that you would like to have, and you can talk to developers and you can invite them to this sheet. And here you could have, for example, that when this happens, I want to inject code for, or like a event for Matomo to be triggered on. So this is like a living tracking document for any user that's involved in this. And you can always, if you have a new website, you could just clear all this and start over with the same base. This is actually it. As I said, this might be the shortest and least technical one. Do you guys have any questions, or should I demo something for you? I'm not sure if I can demo that much because these are government authorities. Yeah, that's it, I think, for me.
Hey, Mark.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I got the mic shut off.
Yeah, no problem. I'm sorry, I had to take an urgent call. So
Yeah.
as a result, I didn't have the chance to hear about the
No problem.
conference at all. I'm just sorry, but by chance, this event is great. So everything is recorded and I will have the chance to catch it up later. So in the chat, okay. So we have a question from Thomas, which is, what would you like to get as a contribution to make your job easier?
Oh, that's a very good question. I will actually have to think about that, because yeah, that's very hard. I would like to no, it's very hard to actually have a straight answer to that. I will have to get back to Thomas, actually. I'm a bit tired. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm currently looking at the chat. So we do not have any other questions coming in. Okay. Any questions that you would like to ask yourself, Mark, or that you want the audience to ask you during this conference?
No, I just thank you so much for the opportunity, and I hope I'll get to do this again.
Okay.
Very
Thank
nice.
you very much, Mark, for your contribution and your conference, which will be available in YouTube within very soon once I finish the stream. So I'm going to take then the opportunity to close the event right now. So it's going to finish a bit sooner than expected. I would have expected to finish it around 4:45, but let's say we are close to the end, so why not putting it a bit more in advance. So first of all, I would like to say thank you to all of you who took some time today to prepare some conferences to make great knowledge sharing. I would like to thank as well all the attendees to the event who spend some time watching us on YouTube, supporting us on the social networks, adding messages to the chat. I'm thinking in particular, we have seen Alex, we have seen Thomas, we have seen Ronan, we have seen other names, which unfortunately I'm not able to pronounce properly, but the chat, so Marcus, we got as well Jan, we got as well Guttorm, we got, I mean, many users, so thank you very much. What's next? So this was the first MatomoCamp edition, as far as I understood, and Thomas will maybe correct me within the chat, but the event will keep on going physically in Stockholm with an after party. So we wish you all the best and fun in Stockholm, and we would like to be with you, but we are not. But we wish you're going to party a lot. So about the MatomoCamp community, what's going to come next is November. So in November on MatomoCamp.org, you will see that we are currently looking for about 62 speakers in order to have the World Tour MatomoCamp edition, in which we will have for 24 hours speakers from all over the world. So the idea is to start with Europe and then to move to the US time zone and then to move to the Pacific time zone in order to cover all the different time zones and to really have some speakers who can speak at a time which is comfortable for them. And then what about the next local edition of MatomoCamp? So the first local edition was MatomoCamp France, which went exactly like the MatomoCamp Nordic edition. So 7 conferences, about 100 of attendees. That's almost the figures that I'm getting from YouTube here for the MatomoCamp Nordic edition. My personal wish will be to have a MatomoCamp in German, so including, of course, speakers from Germany, Austria, and and the German part of Switzerland. That's typically what I'm thinking of for the short term. So as the MatomoCamp World Camp Edition. And if we are doing well, if we get lots of volunteers, we can of course envision to have a rhythm of about 2 or 3 MatomoCamp a year, with of course a big MatomoCamp event always in November, and then some local edition as we did today, like 2 selected per year. But of course, if any of you has some initiatives and would like to hold their own local MatomoCamp edition, do not hesitate to write us through the website matomocamp.org. Once more, I would like to thank all of you for attending to this event, so as well as our sponsors, so to say Matomo, mainly Digitalist AB, for hosting the event physically in Stockholm, such as Work Adventure, in order to support the whole technology stack for the virtual office. And as well, I would like to thank Peter Boelker, who spent some time again, so Sonora company, in order to update the website nordic.matomocamp.org. I wish you all a great end of the day, and feel free to make some thumb ups directly on YouTube or to subscribe to our MatomoCamp channel. I wish you all a great day.